1.
Don't trust her.
A 5?
Why not? Hello. Welcome back to Difficult Terrain. We back, and Fanny doesn't trust me. That's the only lesson you should take from this stream. But anyway, we'll do our usual, which is essentially we're going to. Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid last weekend. It was much appreciated. Yeah, fucking my pleasure. I think I've seen you playing a few games during the week. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you were playing Veilguard at some point. You were playing some other things, but I was lurking some other times as well. But our pleasure. It's always wonderful to meet new people and such. So hope you've had a wonderful week. But yeah, we'll get through and let everyone introduce themselves, hit that recap, hand out some inspirations, and get back into this bitch. So we'll get started with the man who doubts my intentions, Flandy. Stash is stashing.
And I will never trust a Foos, for she bites. She bites so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of
IRL and in game. Watch out. She can bite you. I was supposed to be introduced to my character, so
you are, yes.
I play Vhalen. He's a paladin. He's been bitten numerous times by Foozie's characters and evilness. He's been swallowed at least twice. Once voluntarily to save his friend who was being swallowed. Also, fun fact: Misty Step does require line of sight, so you can't Misty Step out of a bitch.
No, but you can Dimension Door.
Which blows my mind. Like you can't turn into mist and safely waft away, but you could open a whole ass door and just go who the fuck knows where. But hey, Hoots, don't trust the Foos. That is, tell us why we shouldn't trust your sister.
Well, honestly, if we're gonna use the black girl rules, we should trust my sister because her hair is not done all the time. So that means she's not spending her time expressly on her hair and nothing else. So Foos, good job. I do trust you. You're
trustworthy.
Awesome.
That's the opposite of what you're supposed to do, Dennis. What the fuck?
But
you let me down.
Back to Dimension Door. If you have Aphantasia as a wizard, you are gonna have a bad time with that spell.
Oh no!
You don't have
my
to
God.
visualize it. You just need to know distance.
I was like,
You can
no,
say
back.
300 feet that away. It's in the description.
Needs to be in on the conversation because damn.
Beehive
Personally
kicked. I
attacked.
will proceed with my introduction. I play Vhalen. He is a Githyanki wizard who does not have Aphantasia. He is currently been proven right, so he's very excited about that. But he's also not excited about the fact that he has to go kill a dragon, which he's not prepared for yet again. But he's hanging out Waterdeep. He's doing big things. He's excited. He's getting stuff in motion. It's gonna be good times. But I think Pathfinder stuff's been on hiatus, so no real point really going on in that. I also play we're back. Kobold. He's very koboldy, and he's very out of everything. He's kidnapped in a mirror dimension with his best friend. So we're gonna see what we can do to get out of that. Should be fun. But I think that's it for introductions. I'm gonna kick it to the man I insulted. Joe, take it away.
Anyway, usually listen to Netters in this one instance, and that Foos is trustworthy because does a lot of hard work to make a really good game. And even though Flandy may have been bitten and swallowed, he is still alive. So he's just crybaby. Just a crybaby. Yeah.
He wasn't. He had to be revivified.
Yeah, but you didn't stay dead, which means you didn't die.
But I think he did. He did die. He just came back.
He was, yeah, but did the people who I died for a minute? You weren't, it doesn't count.
In Flandy's defense, Flandy fully thought he was dead. He was like, "Ain't no way we got to revivify. I'm super dead."
I'm just gonna go to the character select screen. Don't mind me.
You're out here kicking. Anyway, my point stands. Crybaby is Caroso, and he's a druid. He has not been bitten or swallowed because they're all crybabies, and that doesn't happen all the time. He's just here doing his best to make sure that they all take a second to remember their people, and they might need to breathe, and that sometimes it's okay to make sure you got to put your own oxygen mask on first, kind of situation. Maybe we don't need to go fight a dragon 2 seconds after losing a fight to the dragon. But
lose nothing.
that's fine. We'll hopefully be in a better spot when we fight it again way too soon. But we're doing that. We're in Waterdeep. I'm excited to tourist it up. And I'm other places. Every other Sunday. Lately, it's been once a month because real life is a bitch. But theoretically, every other Sunday, not this upcoming Sunday tomorrow, but the alternate Sundays, I play Mass Effect on my channel, My Cosmic God. Do an RNG run. We're in Mass Effect 2, so all the decisions, the order of the missions, who goes on the missions, all the dialogue choices, it's all RNG, and it's made some spicy decisions. But other than my channel, I'm just here all the time. So Wednesdays and I guess not Fridays at the moment, but Wednesdays. The other one where we said it's gonna be a longer one, but really it's just gonna be a later one.
Yeah, we're just pushing it back. It's about the same amount of episodes, but it'll be fine.
It's fine. It's a good time, and
So
we're in the
I need to
dimension.
remove the dispel logic from your thing. I forgot. It's still there. So
I mean, we're working on it.
Maybe they'll be back.
We're trying to figure it out. We'd like to be.
Okay.
In any case, that's me, and that's that, and this is Kit.
Hello, this is Kit. You'll see me here every now and then. I'm involved in some of these projects. I am playing Helda today. She is a Ascendant Dragon monk. She likes to punch shit and she likes shiny things. Last week, she found a body in her bag,
That was fun.
which is fucking awesome. I love it so much, seriously. But yeah, we'll see what happens this time around. Really, really excited for today. Bogley, I don't think you've gone, have you?
No, I haven't gone yet. Hey, everybody. I'm Vogly. I am of the Vogbog, and I'm here on Foozca's channel every Saturday playing Nearjaz around the Dragonborn Battlemaster Fighter. If I'm not here, then I'm on my own channel called the Vogbog, and I do writing / creative / productivity streams every Sunday. And I every Tuesday I play a video game, and right now it's Baldur's Gate 3. It's my first playthrough, and I do scum saving. And and I'm having a great time also playing a Dragonborn Battlemaster Fighter as the younger sister of this character that I'm playing right now. And I'm going to pass it off to my big sister, Foozca.
Hello, I almost started talking, but I had to unmute myself first. I'm Foos. I'm DMing apparently the only 2 series that are running at the moment, which is this one and then Task Team M. Bananas will be back at that DMC, don't you worry. We have some exciting things on the horizon, especially starting next year. So we have some cool things. For those of you who are in our Discord, you'll certainly be seeing some recruiting and stuff happening over the next few months. And yeah, good times. But thanks for joining us. We'll hop into the recap now, and then into inspiration, and then back into this bitch. So, the preventers
on difficult terrain.
Yo, yeah, it's been a fucking minute.
I know.
Holy shit. Okay. That threw me all the way off. What the hell was happening? The preventers. They survived a dragon encounter and checked up on their buddies. Everyone's okay. But they decided to head to Waterdeep to get a couple of errands done, but also to get a little bit of information, perhaps spend a little bit of time, as Kidoso has been trying to get the group to relax for a moment, but everyone has managed to get there. So although previously, while within the city, of course, we had a little bit of an outing for Kidoso as he attempted to reunite mother and daughter, realized that the relationship is a bit strenuous at the moment and that one did not have any interest in seeing the other. After a series of incredible roles leading up to this, where the roles were no longer incredible, it did not, unfortunately, end well. And
I think it's less about my roles and more that dryads are sexist.
That was so unfortunate for you. That's like, ooh, that's not going to help. But yes, so they that unfortunately did not quite work out. But the rest of the team did run a few errands. There was a body that was found in the broken bag of holding, which was found to have been working with Budai in some capacity, but not clearly at the very least. It seemed as though he suffered wounds that were likely inflicted by Helda. If not, then someone of the same technique and roughly the same size. But some information was gained, not all. The body, I believe, was shoved back into Vhalen's bag, if I remember correctly, not into Helda's. As mentioned, if you put it back in that bag, it would disappear forever. Who knows when you'd find it again. But after a couple of conversations about what the fuck you guys wanted to do about that, the team picked up the letter from the Kings, knowing that God damn it, Joe, knowing that you were heading to Waterdeep, in which he had a letter that he needed, or the kings had a letter that they needed delivered to Bakaris. Knowing he was in Waterdeep and you were heading in that direction, you picked up the letter from the palace before hopping in the handy-dandy Vhalen bus over to Waterdeep, arriving in the Watchful Order's tower, in which Rhaenissa, Vhalen's teacher for some time, greeted them a little bit, and then sent them on their way for the most part. Did not want anyone really hanging out other than Vhalen and his brother to get a little bit of information, in which they mostly chatted about the Soulseeker dragon, in which case the information that Vhalen shared has a chance to potentially stay should anything happen to Vhalen, as when the dragon does kill creatures, its memories as well as any information gleaned from said person disappears with it. But with a master of the arcane arts, there's a chance that perhaps if anything does happen to Vhalen, information would stay with her. Not guaranteed by any means, but there is a chance. So I believe we more or less ended with Vhalen still kind of closing down on the conversation. She did also mention that she would be reaching out to find items to perhaps help you in the slaying of this dragon. So knowing that Vhalen has a meeting set up with Nirja's mom at some point, and obviously had to drop off the letter with Bakaris, and that you guys have an appointment with Sivir at noon for the demon. The agenda's a little tight, but there are a couple of things that you guys are looking to get done while you are here. So we will give out the inspirations, in which case, Nanners, you're going to be real upset because you're back on this list, baby.
No, stop, dude. I've rolled less than a 10 in my last 3 combined, by the way.
Also, there is a tie, so I'm going to roll, and basically it's going to be who... let me double check. Yep, okay. Joe, congratulations. You are the winner of the second inspiration. There was a 3-way tie, so 1 and 2 was a person, 3 and 4 was a person, and 5 and 6 was a person. So
I always come out on top of a 3-way.
There you go. Joe, congratulations. Also, Agnes was kind enough to give the siblings a D4, so I have a D4, and Nenners has a D4. So we're doing good out here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We are going to be picking up, I think, with the rest of the team, because Vhalen did have his time with Rhaenissa at the end of last episode, so we'll give you a little bit of time to kind of do whatever you would like. However, the rest of the team, as far as I was concerned, did leave the place together, so it's up to you, Kidoso, Helda, Nirja, and Ryland, and Rusi in, what form is she in again? She's in the dog form, I forgot what it's called.
She's in a mastiff.
Mastiff. I wanted to say Malamute for some reason, and I was like, that's not it.
I'll accept that. That's totally, yeah.
I'll take that if you don't mind.
Yeah, you need beautiful Malamute.
Jeez. Listen, I don't mind if you want her to be one. That's totally fine. We flavored the bejesus out of this one spell that you thought was cool, so I'm fine with that too. But anyway, you are, as a team, have just left Vhalen to his conversations and studies with Rhaenissa. But you guys make your way out to the bustling streets of a late morning time within Waterdeep. The streets being rather busy, but you guys have made it. What would you guys like to do?
We're dropping off the leather for Vhalen, correct?
Correct.
Correct, at Bakaris's place.
I
Yes.
talked to B.A. Baracus.
We're gonna go see Pauna.
It's not, goddamn it. All right, so you're heading to Bakaris's home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as a
Bakaris.
team.
God damn it.
Sounds good. You guys head on over. Thankfully, you guys, especially Ryland and Nirja, have been there before and know exactly where you're headed.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me as I attempt not to burp because this tea, I don't know why, it's making me burpy. But you guys head on over. You are, well, for those of you who haven't been here, which is Helda and Kidoso. Helda, I don't believe you've ever been to Waterdeep, have you? No. Okay, so this is kind of a new situation for you.
Neither Helda nor I know if she's been to Waterdeep. That's the real answer.
I don't imagine she has, but I would, if you had anything in particular where in mind you were like, I think she's definitely been there for this or that, that was an opportunity too, but I don't necessarily think you would have been. And especially if you don't have a particular reason to, then it's all good. Then that means you haven't. But walking through the streets of Waterdeep, it is certainly a less spacious city, as with in Kimatha Kimane, it feels as though everything was just kind of had as much space as possible and kind of like open and airy, whereas here there are much taller buildings, much noisier streets, and stone almost everywhere you find yourselves walking. But as you make it to one particular manor, which is rather large and impressive, but is attached to a few other buildings as well, you can't help but notice that there are what seems to be 4 or so knights out in the front, proudly displaying their symbols of helm as they guard the doors. But as you approach, you see one of them kind of lock eyes with Ryland, which also, as a team of 4, all of you stand out quite a bit. The only one who's kind of blending in is Helda at the moment, but being led by, oh wait, you shapeshifted, I'm sorry, I forgot. That being said, if you shapeshifted, did you change your attire at all? Like, are you still antlered up, or like, what are you rocking right now?
I think you would have hints.
Okay.
But I think you would still look mostly
More
normal.
subtle?
I think like
Okay.
it probably someone would have to like actively investigate and be like, is that? Oh, that is Ryland.
Okay, gotcha. So there's enough to hint towards it, but not be overt about it. Not a problem. In which case, the guard would not recognize you at all.
That's what I was like. What? He will recognize the wave because Ryland's gonna wave like a normal Ryland.
I think genuinely they would recognize Nirja instead, and then seeing your boisterous wave would just look in your direction as well. It's just, you're back.
Yes. Is it possible? We have something for Bakaris. Is it possible to deliver it to him?
Right this second, or would you like to leave it in our hands to deliver to him?
She looks to Vhalen.
Valen's not
He's not
there.
here. How long's the wait?
I could check. The preventers, right? You see him kind of looking over the other two.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is just a letter, right? Do we need to just do we just hand it to be delivered?
I guess so. Yeah.
If there is reason to wait and see him personally, I do not know this.
Would Vhalen have mentioned that before we left, like hand deliver it, or I mean,
Well,
it's for
I
the
wanna-
king.
I want to thank him for his help and maybe ask a couple questions about it.
We can certainly go for a meeting. I did not want to prevent
Okay.
it. It's just mentioning that the staff could be
Oh,
trusted.
hey, you're a preventer now.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yes. We'll wait for Bakaris to not only deliver the letter, but also just to check in, if possible.
All right, I will send request. And you watch as that one particular guard turns from the door to step inside for just a moment. The remaining 3 just kind of continue to watch over you, not necessarily suspiciously, but just because you are closest to the door at the moment.
Sure.
It takes about 5-ish minutes before you hear the plate mail through the door before the same knight returns. He has a few moments now. Not long, he says, though.
I think that'll be enough.
All right, follow me.
Okay.
And you are all led back upstairs into the sort of well-lit sort of office that you met him in previously. Although for Helda and Kidosa, this is also new environment for you. You do recognize that there are still plenty of those knights in this exact same space as well, all still bearing the same mark of helm. And towards the back end of the room, as this large table takes up most of it, you can see a green-skinned tiefling as well as a nearly spitting image of him, but likely about 11 or 12-year-old boy sitting beside him. The rest of the team, you do see the very familiar visage of a different tiefling in the room, as Valafar still remains in this space. But
I will say, as we enter the hallway, like beyond the first door, Ryland will drop his his appearance.
Okay,
And
sounds
then he'll
good.
realize that he can't do it again for quite some
I was
time.
about to say, you know that you're okay. You're
Yep.
committing to it. Sounds good. That is the most violent situation. It's like, it's good to be honest.
You said there were how many nights were in here?
How many nights?
You said
Oh, nights. I was thinking the time, like the passage of time. I was like, you shouldn't be
Yeah.
spending any nights here.
No,
You're correct.
Yes, I did the
You
same
fallen
thing.
into my trap card. You've been here for 40 nights.
I was like, what? In this particular room, there's 5.
So there's 10 guards total.
There was 4 outside. You've walked past a few.
I
in the
mean, I
hallway
know in this room. Because for every night there's a deck.
Oh, in the God.
You kind of stepped on it by being confused first. That was a whole build up just for that, just for you. And then
Regret. It's fine.
it was also just for me, so that's also fine. I was gonna work on it outside about the 4 nights, but we moved quickly. Anywho,
You guys are here. God damn it. In which case, as mentioned, you see a few familiar faces, and for Helda and Kiroso, a new face, or a few new faces here. But as you step in, Bakara seems to kind of set some documents down, making eye contact with the team. I didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Yes. We actually bring a letter to you from Kimathe Kimane from the Kings. And yes, and Ryland has a few questions. So, assuming Nirja has the letter, she's gonna walk it over to him.
Thank you. You see as he does so, there's no insight check needed here. He seems to kind of be looking the team up and down, looking a bit more relieved than he may say out loud. But
just
I
glad
think
Ryland's not here.
As we're, Rylan will walk up with Nurja to hand off the letter, and as we pass Valavar, he'll just say, Valavar.
Valavar will just give a nod. His arms are crossed as he stands in that spot.
Nirja looks back at Ryland like, she's not gonna ask. Because if he has to do something like that, she's not starting any of that.
We're happy to be able to be here so soon, and we're all very grateful for the advice that you were able to give us. It was literally life-changing.
Yeah.
The advice that I did give you seemed to be of a rather deadly opponent. You all seem in one piece.
Yes. Fortunately, we were able to, especially because of Ryland, able to fight it off. It particularly did not like him, and it was invaluable.
There was a lot. I don't think we forgot anyone. Rylan's still about 100% sure.
Yeah, it would be hard to know what you forgot.
But it was a good start. We learned a lot more about it if you would like to know. Vhalen has made it very clear that we should be careful sharing information.
Yeah.
I will mention I am capable of finding certain hidden information, perhaps. That was how I was able to spread some of it to you
That's right.
as well.
I remember now.
I
I didn't remember how the hell he got that information. Now I do. That's why I wanted to talk to him. I was like, hey, where'd you get this information? I was like, yeah, okay, all right, we cool. Bye.
If you did forget someone, I could search for that if you needed. There are chances in my searching for some of this information that I perhaps alert certain entities to it. And when I searched for this dragon, I couldn't help but notice that eyes seemed to turn in my direction.
Oh no.
Could you describe the eyes? And
It
Ryland's
wasn't
trying to
physical.
figure out if it's the Maybelline eyes or if it's the dragon eyes.
I wasn't able to see anything so much as hear. Perhaps it's best described as it felt as though I found a tethered line with information on it, and once I pulled it, I felt a second pull that was not from me.
That is so quick with those.
God damn it, that is a stupid eye gif
quick.
every fucking time! Which also is to say, I could have found more information, but I released my grasp.
I do think we have some more information that might help you if you wish to speak about it. And I think he's gonna kind of like, he's trying to hint about like his secret like special realm thing, but he doesn't want to call him out on it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it's gonna turn any tides anytime soon. We have a few things to finish up, and we intend to attack it again.
If you plan on attacking it, then I would recommend that we stand a little closer to each other.
It's the shimmy. It's a little side shimmy. Like we stand in here, you see the whole body half goes first.
The rest comes out. But for Helda and Kiroso, you see this tiefling looking in your direction and kind of motioning for you to step a little bit closer. As the two of you kind of look over him, whether you are for long periods of time as he's the one speaking in this room, or if you're looking around and looking back towards him, there seem to be just strange, almost like tricks of the eye as you look over him. Like for a moment, it feels like one of his horns kind of disappears and then reappears. Like perhaps his hair looks longer for a moment, and perhaps his skin looks almost scaled for a second, but it almost always kind of snaps back to the general appearance of this green-skinned tiefling. Assuming Helda moves closer because she isn't on the map, but I'm just making sure. Helda, do you scooch in? Are you staying at a distance? What are you doing, girl? Helda, can't. Okay. I was like making sure. Can't. Diffles. Just get all of the syllables in there as we can. But as you come a bit closer, for just a moment, you see him kind of start to what looks like cast something. But for those of you who are familiar with casting, which I think is only Kiroso in this situation, you have been around plenty of people who use the magic and the weave in their own ways. Being a druid, yours is more sort of a divine nature, as Vhalen's is obviously more of an arcane, like sort of studying and practiced nature. Whatever seems to be happening with Bakaris seems to almost be a perversion of the weave, as if it's kind of forcing it into a mold that it's not meant to fill. But as he sort of starts chanting softly, kind of moving his arms around for a second, you watch as a kind of semi-translucent dome seems to expand around him, encasing the team and seemingly none of the paladins that are here. There's a slight shimmer to it, but otherwise it seems fully invisible. From your standpoint, at least, it doesn't look as though any of the knights have reacted to the dome being set up. But once it is finished, he looks over the rest of the team. All right, well, now we can, I suppose, speak plainly and openly. You are safe to leave if you needed to. He's looking at Helda specifically. This just...
What is this thing?
Keeps us unheard for some time.
Ah, okay.
It's, I think Ryland's gonna kind of something on that. You remember how you did this for me at Emma Village? I was still able to make a connection with my deity. So it's not as strong as you might think. She doesn't know how either. But she didn't forget about me. I just wanted to let you know. I think
there's a chance I can find out about that too.
Okay.
I don't think she'd be upset. I wanted you to know that
I haven't seen
somehow
anything that was able to.
He gives like one of those like it's me.
You see him sort of staring intensely in your direction. His eyes kind of taking on a he already has sort of fully almost like black eyes with like lighter points for his irises. But you see the sort of glowing circle in the center of his eyes kind of expand a little bit, casting a slight glow in your direction. And you again start to kind of hear a vague sound around you, almost hard to kind of place, but it almost feels like, or sounds like movement, almost like wind perhaps, or some kind of rustling. Okay. And you watch as his eyes kind of move over the rest of the team before settling on Kiroso. Kiroso, as he does so, you undoubtedly start to hear what almost sounds like running water to you, or just like the waves of some kind of water.
Just looking around for a source now, unless it's very obviously just in my own head.
It seems to be mostly in your head, from what you can tell, at least.
But it didn't start until he started looking at me funny?
Yes.
They stare. What are you doing?
Searching.
For water?
No.
Well, you have found water, and it is distracting, but to continue, I suppose.
You hear water?
At the moment, yes. Should I not hear water?
No. Not sure what you should be hearing. I can maybe figure a little bit more out later, but for now, at least, to keep a little bit of perhaps attention off myself, I can at least share what I already found out. Which was to mention, I did warn of necromancy spells being cast in its presence. It seems as though it can fully negate such spells if cast within its presence.
Okay.
Also,
I mean, it's the same note, Planty. Don't use necromancy.
should
There's a little
someone
bit more.
should someone attempt to cast such a spell, they will be injured, likely.
Okay, so that's what's right down.
Just like, all right, that is more information than we previously had.
Okay.
We also found out. Wait, did we find out yet, or is this? Do they have this talk where we're gone? Fuck. Did we hear from the lady that it might be a celestial?
Oh yeah, you don't know yet.
Damn it! I wanted to tell him that, and that's why I thought we. Shit.
Fuck shit.
I actually kind of want to ask, I know this was like forever ago, but like, could Nirja have mentioned that the Soul Seeker Dragon is probably a follower of Tiamat? And would that help Bakaris at all?
You had inklings that could be the case, but you weren't, like, okay. It wasn't a sort of like, most likely this is the case.
Okay.
But you're very welcome to voice that if you wanted to, of course.
So in response to that, Nirja just looks like she just remembers something. And she says, if I may also insert something, this may help with your research. I got some information that there's a possibility the Soul Seeker Dragon is a follower of Tiamat, and I don't know if that is going to affect your research or looking into the dragon, or if it's related to the negating of necromancy spells. Is that a thing that Tiamat does?
No, she is not known for her spell casting, I suppose, as well as manipulation of it. She's also often, not always, of course, but often followed by those who are of some kind of chromatic dispersion within the dragons itself. This is not that, I don't believe. Not to say it couldn't be, but if it is, it's highly unlikely.
Well, we did find out for sure and he'll kind of cast the next position of the fight. It's not weak to radiant damage. It didn't like the daylight that Koroso cast. And just kind of catch him up to some of the abilities and whatnot that it was able to perform and do. And
I know this, perhaps the darkness that it surrounded itself with is more something to enhance its own abilities. It can function without them. It simply makes it stronger. As well as being able to call upon the souls it takes. I'm not sure essentially what that means or what that looks like, perhaps once you're encountering it, but there's a chance that could be used against you.
interesting. Vhalen also mentioned something about being pulled into like a soul realm. He didn't get to investigate too much, but he'll relay as much as he heard. And I think at this point he'll kind of have the idea is like, actually, Vhalen?
Oh, you would need to step out and...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway. How long is your distance again? I forgot how far you guys are.
I don't know, because I'll argue we are the tightest of tights.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I think I guys had you as up to 5 miles. Okay, I think you guys are within. God damn it.
Oh, Nina's we intimate.
I was like, I fully immediately regret using that particular word to describe the relationship status. I was like, I should probably come up with a new term for that. But within 5 miles, as you hear him saying, you would need to kind of step out for that. You again kind of hear the sound of that movement again. And Vhalen, you do hear from Ryland.
Hello?
You're in the middle of speaking with Rainisa, and she's like, really?
I'm sorry.
No, go take your call. It's fine. I'll be right here.
I think while that's going on, Ryland's going to create that same kind of reality on his end and be like, apparently I can talk to him about something. I made contact.
Are you okay?
Oh, hold on. Did you have any information?
To put me on hold?
I'm in the aura because he doesn't want to give it away, and I'm sure we have the cipher, so he'll try to cipher some of this up because he's not sure if this communique is going to be intercepted. Try decipher. I'm in the aura, and I wasn't supposed to be able to talk to you, but here we are. And the individual who cast that aura is giving me a look right now.
Bakaris's eyes have like almost fully dilated and are fully glowing right now as he's staring at you.
Is it like a stop what you're doing now look, or is it like an investigative look?
It's an investigation look, yeah.
Okay.
He's looking like what the fuck is happening, but it's not aggressive in any way.
Yeah, if it's a stop, like, bro, what the fuck? Like, he'll definitely stop it. If it's
I mean,
yeah,
he'll
he's
like,
fully just trying to watch.
We're talking to the individual now.
Okay.
Is there any info that you would like to share about? I don't know how I'm talking to you. This is interesting.
Okay, about what? You left out the subject there.
Oh, our dragon friend.
Oh boy. Let's see. It doesn't like sunlight for some reason. Uses the darkness a lot. Tons and tons of.
Was there anything about your little shadow realm that you have to expound upon?
Lots of dead elves from the.
Dead elves, okay.
The fucking subspecies of them I can never freaking remember. Thank you, Eladrin.
Eladrin.
It's got it for you, don't.
Every time, dude. Every time I will fuck that up, and you're there for me. I appreciate that. And Dragonborn, which is not surprising given its victims. The undead seemed not entirely hostile when I address them. So there's potential there in terms of either their wills aren't completely bound to him, or the creature just underestimates them. I'm not sure. But there's potential there. Calren was also there, doing wild things with Myth of Majesty.
And half burned to a crisp.
But I was able to see my body from there, and then I had to will my soul back into my body, which is a strange experience, for the record.
Okay. We're gonna finish up here, and one of the guards, I'm gonna say while we were waiting to figure out if we can have this conversation. This is more to Foos, plenty of to Foos. I presume we asked him for a good place to eat, and I'm sure he gave us one. And he's gonna say, "Hey, we're changing our meeting place to this eatery, which is located on 5th and 9th.
5th and 9th. Okay. Yep. Got it.
Those roads
Thank
shouldn't
you.
intersect, but they do for some reason in this town. That's what I was told.
I appreciate the call. Allow me to apologize profusely to my hostess for yet again another violation. Have a nice rest of your meeting, sir.
Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Did you find out anything about my bag?
It's just welcome back. Just gets back into the conversation with
I'm so sorry.
I thought your usual distractedness would send you backwards, but sometimes I think it's your friends. But we will continue. Wow. But, as you kind of finish this call, you notice that throughout the call, it's really funny just saying like the call right now. But yeah, throughout the call that you had, you noticed that obviously he was staring at you and his eyes seemed to almost glow as he did so. But towards the end of it, he seemed to be looking more towards Kidoso instead. And then as soon as it kind of hung up, it's exposure.
Exposure to what?
Water. Something you've been exposed to is, I don't know, enhancing your intention?
Oh.
Am I hearing water again, or have I been hearing water throughout?
Only when he stared at you.
Okay, so it left
But
and
if he's
then
not,
started
then-
again a second ago, and now it's done. Okay.
Correct.
I see.
I think Ryland is going to kind of make a connection to the infinite, but obviously he's not going to have all the memories that he normally has. Is like the only water that I can think of that is special would be the infinite and Kamate Kamane.
My same thoughts exactly.
But every time I would go in it, the last time I was in it, I would turn it while I was a shark, and that was hovering above the city and falling.
He seems to have far more exposure. So pointing at Kidoso.
Makes sense.
Oh, he's a
You
native.
see his eyes. Among other things.
What's that supposed to mean?
All of us just look at Cross.
No, it's the fact. Listen, exposure to a creature that can't breathe water is going to be lower than exposure to a creature that can sleep in it, for example.
Oh.
All right.
I think whatever that is making it so your intentions can be broadcast or hidden, regardless of other intentions.
So you're saying that exposure to the infinite means that if you try to suppress an intention, we can break through that, or if you are searching for an intention, we can hide it anyway.
You can lie to a god. You could.
Oh, why would I do this?
I don't know. Just interesting.
I don't
Or
like-
a god could find you if they wanted to, or if you wanted it to. He stares at Ryland at this point.
That would be a nifty trick to stop Talona from doing her thing.
Wouldn't it? Yeah. Or
I don't believe you are quite at the emotions.
Why didn't Ryland's like, yeah, I got a weapon!
Do it!
I just gotta believe. Full Naruto. Let's go.
Did you need me to lie to Talona? Apparently I can. I am not well practiced at lying.
Oh, I can't.
I could.
I will try now. And she's gonna try and say a horrible lie, like those cushions are purple, and you're just gonna see severely blushing and maybe a couple giggles as he's doing it.
Are you so okay? Who's this?
I do not think stating inaccuracies into the open is not quite deception.
Regardless, that's not my. And he'll cast exposition on what Vhalen caught Ryland up on his experiences in the shadow. I was really hoping you were going to tell me that thing was a potentially celestial, but you didn't.
You didn't ask.
That's all I got.
You just don't ask.
Soul realm.
Just
Yes, I was
fucking
hanging out with the angels and divas and skellies. It was a really weird party.
I keep forgetting who has the highest passive perception. I think it's Helda right now, right? Because yours is like 25 or something, right?
Mine is also 25.
Okay, the two of you tie for.
Mine's
fucking
16.
25.
Mine
for
is
playing.
lowest at 10.
Above average. You
I noticed nothing.
Nothing.
I don't actually know why though.
It might be the bonus you got at one point from the song, I think.
Oh, if the passive went up, it might have been.
Maybe.
Well, no, because I thought he got the super speed. I don't remember. Anyway.
No, I did have a super speed, which I need to delete from my sheet actually.
Yeah, because it has been over that time. But I will say that I think Helda would notice this in general, just because I think Kidoso is probably locked into this conversation a little bit more than Helda is. So in being able to kind of search the space as well as being involved in this conversation. This particular room doesn't seem to have many windows, but the one that is there is very, very large, and it's capturing a lot of the sunlight, which is kind of bathing this room in a nice kind of warm glow of gold. But just kind of in your habit of keeping track of what's around you and new environments, especially as you are now indoors in a room you've never been in, you're kind of keeping tabs on everybody and everything in the space. And for just kind of a moment, almost like in the reflection of the glass, for just a moment, you're quite sure you saw a figure. In no hurry, no rush, but you know that you are on numerous floors above ground, and it felt like it was standing like level with the window, just kind of peering in. There was no discernible shape other than like some kind of hood, most likely. But in like the flash of a second that you saw it, it seemed to have just disappeared.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah, looking at the thing, I have like a +5 added to passive perception. I have to assume that was temporary. I don't have anything I can justify it as permanent.
I do think that I think it was the song. That does sound accurate.
All right then. Well then, I don't have a 25. I have a 21.
Okay, so that's still good, but yeah. Or was that Ryland's tea? I don't know. It's something.
Oh, it might have been the T.
My T does one of them, yeah.
Doesn't matter. The point is, it's
Pretty
wrong,
sure
and I
he
fixed
did.
it.
Yeah, it's fine. If it's
Unless
the
you have
T
one of the
didn't have
feats. One of the feats can do that.
Yeah, I just
Well,
don't
it's
have that one.
4,
Who's the
so
closest
that's
person
fine.
to her right now? Nurja.
10.
Okay. I think her
That's
immediate
cool in the
reaction.
window. Sorry.
I think her immediate reaction would be to be taken aback a little bit, like. And she knows she's on a certain floor that's off the ground. You're on the ground floor, so I'd be like, just reach out, grab Nurja, like she's trying to be subtle here.
Hmm.
I think I just saw something out the window.
Window? Which window?
Just motioning over the red.
And you're just gonna turn very slowly and just, try to imperceptibly, as much as you can, like look over at the window. Is it still there?
Uh-huh.
Figure in a
Nope, I'm
hood.
not seeing it.
Figure in a hood?
Figure in a hood. There one moment, gone the other.
Okay.
Either that or I'm going crazy. We're not on the ground
we
floor,
should
are we? Not on the ground
Probably
floor, right?
leave this realm because it sounds like we're bringing vulnerabilities to your protection.
Yeah, we should go.
Well, I do appreciate that. You're needing to leave.
This to you.
If I find anything else out, I suppose I'll be sure to share with you if I need to. But
Okay.
I will be a little bit more quiet lately.
Makes perfect sense. If there's anything you need us to do, please let us know, or how we can help.
Will do.
What's Valafar been up to lately?
Protecting me?
Do you think he'd be willing to join the Preventers for one last hurrah to kill this dragon?
You're welcome to ask him.
I think he'd be able to see there's a little bit of like, damn it, what did you do?
Yeah. And you see him very much like an I'm not his keeper, I didn't even ask him to be here kind of expression.
He'll just kind of add on. There's like, if you're okay with that.
Yeah. I didn't surround myself with followers of Helm to otherwise be vulnerable, but he seems to have been a little more concerned than usual lately.
Understandably so. Oh.
Toast?
I heard toast and I was like, I don't see toast?
I posted a picture
Oh,
of
there's
the
another picture.
Discord.
Oh! I saw the first one, but the second one is gold.
Is he in a pizza box?
Of course he is.
No. I don't, just
That's
let-
not a pizza box?
I don't just leave pizza boxes on the floor.
Oh, it's like
That's
a banker
not a
box,
pizza
lid,
box?
right?
That looks like a pizza box.
It is the lid to a cardboard box that is
banker
holds
box.
magic cards.
Oh, like a bank box or something.
Ah, the magic
Oh.
card. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I for sure thought that was a pizza box. Kid.
That's my favorite picture of Ninners. Ninners, can you DM like that? I think
Guys,
that
what
would
are
be
you doing in this
amazing.
campaign? Stop spying on us.
I was gonna say that is a very untouched, like not a single grease stain or anything on that pizza box. It's in good condition, no labeling. So yeah, that makes sense that it's not that. Anyway, super distracted. Yeah, you are welcome to ask Valafar if you would like.
He's gonna just sum it up with a thank you for your time again, and sorry to keep springing new dangers on you.
Such is my life. But I do believe you and your team are doing your best to make things right. And I'll help as much as I can.
Thank you.
Zone of truth. I'm kidding.
I don't trust you.
No, I think for Ryland, he's earned the like unquestionable trust, which is not hard to earn for Ryland, but
I was gonna
as of late, it has been.
yeah, after camp, it was a little rough, but
Yeah. But once lost, it is very difficult to gain back if at all possible, right? Yeah.
Poor Cam.
I know.
The bridge was rebuilt.
Exactly. You reconciled and then forgot it. So you went right back into being mad at him. That is the funniest part for me. But yeah, did you want to speak with Valafar before you left, or?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay.
Sorry, we're getting the temperature change. My sinuses have been draining like crazy, and it's all
Yeah,
in
sorry,
the lungs.
that
Not where
sucks.
it's supposed to be.
Aw.
But assuming he pops us out of the aura.
Yes, he does. He'll drop it.
Hey, Valfar.
Hi, Ryland.
Down for another fight? The old team again?
Yes. Old team, but I'm seeing new faces.
It's an evolving door.
Then not the old team.
Some of the old team. You're part of the old team.
Persuasion check.
Zalzir, give it that magic.
Every time you ask for Zalzir's help, I just imagine him like pole dancing in your mind or something.
I was about to say,
Powering
he's, like,
everything you do.
he's doing the bad shoulder demon. He's just like sticking his tongue out.
Wow.
Oh, goodness.
Here we go. That was a nat one.
Ooh, that feels right for this.
That's so rude. That is the rudest thing it could have possibly been. I asked for his.
As you say that, you see his eyes dart between you and then everyone else. Can't say it's felt like that, really. Besides, I have my own work to do here. I've neglected that long enough.
Hold on, now I gotta roll a wisdom check.
Am I going to slap this man? Oh, you whispered it, okay.
Oh, okay.
Fucking wildly the other. Yes, Nanners, that's the perfect description.
Yes. Rylan holds his tongue and... Very well. But if you change your mind, we could use your help. This dragon is no joke.
Neither are my past mistakes. Joe, that was it. Joe.
No. For those who are not in the Discord, you may want to not look at the channel right now.
Don't look at Discord.
Don't look at
Wasn't that one of the things from Powerpuff Girls?
I don't know. I searched demon twerk and that came up.
I think it's not the exact one, but I think that's a rendering of the dude from one of the bad guys.
Okay, sorry. I forgot what was happening. You were talking about Far, and he's like, I'm gonna stay here. Okay, then we got distracted.
Ryland gives him the benefit of the doubt, and he wants to give quips, but his wisdom is prevailing. So she's gonna kind of, okay, well, let us know. Glad to see you fixing your past.
One step at a time.
He's gonna look to the gang and be like, shall we?
Yes. Bakaris, thank you. We'll be in touch.
You're welcome.
Unless you needed us to wait for a reply to that letter, but otherwise...
No, I will take care of that. And if I do, I can reach out. Thank you.
Okay.
Clemente.
No. Yes.
Clemente.
I don't know if Ryla remembers if he knows that or not. Or what.
You see it kind of like fall out of his mouth awkwardly, but he seems to just kind of nod and...
I see you're hiring anyone nowadays. And we'll head on out and go meet up at this restaurant that's super duper amazing that we asked about.
It's super sick restaurant that you have some fucking guards mat or something. And I do believe this is where you as a team are going to be meeting up, right? So Vhalen, you're meeting them here, and then you're heading out afterwards for the mama meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, cool. So you guys all meet in a lovely place, a recommended place by one of the guards on the way. That is one of the few places that also allowed dogs. So off in the space. But I'll say that you guys are managed to get kind of a booth closer to like one side of the space. But it is a lively, pretty large space, which is likely the reason why some of the dogs are allowed.
Yay.
It's a service animal, yeah.
Oh my god, it is. She's everything.
She absolutely is.
We save room for Kevin and Vhalen.
Okay, gotcha. No
Why do I
problem.
remember Kevin's name before I remember Vhalen's name?
I know, right? It's like, that name just sticks a little better. But you guys make it there, no problem. I have finally reuniting.
So you said this place had good smash burgers?
I didn't.
We're gonna
say
get
that.
copyrighted, Nanners.
Smash burger is
Mr.
a technique. It's not a copyright.
It is a place, but yeah, it's not a copyright
I
thing.
did not know
It's like
that.
saying brick oven pizza. Like you can't copyright
Okay.
that. Anywho, how did your meeting go?
Oh, jeez.
It went well. Bakaris talked a little bit to us about actually something interesting, involving the infinite and our intent.
Oh, we assume it's the infinite.
We assume it's the infinite.
He said what?
He did say water. That is correct, and he said that Kiroso, because he was more exposed to the infinite, has properties that help him assert his intent more magically. Am I understanding that correctly, Kiroso?
We should wait till we're home to finish talking about all of this.
Okay, sure.
As
I
he's,
mean,
like,
to that
looking
end,
around
I would say I do not
Anybody-
have properties. I have one property. It is a very humble home.
Is anybody eavesdropping on our crew now that we're talking about lying and shit?
Perception check, please.
You went down that one.
I would love another nat one.
Did I switch to owl? Please tell me I was good. I did switch to owl.
You did? Holy shit, I'm shocked. I'm just truly shocked. And I don't mean that to be an ass, it's just like so much was happening that I didn't think you would remember.
I think it was because I did the crocodile thing, and then Kuroso was like, walk on water, and he's like, well, I guess we'll go to owl.
Okay, that makes, yeah, okay. That makes sense. I got you.
You're welcome. Basically, is what I heard.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
that's
Instead,
More or
I am
less.
to blame for your good fortune.
yes.
Boop.
Correct.
Oh!
I heard the noise and I didn't say.
Hell yes.
Turn the bus around.
You would start noticing that there are a couple of eyes that seem to kind of flick in your direction every so often. Whether that was good luck or the team being like, can we get that space over there? For whatever reason it is, you kind of have your backs to the wall in a corner that makes it easy for you to kind of get a good view of everyone else. But certainly, you and your team are very strange and are catching eyes for that. But you are noticing that, like, almost right as you kind of stopped Nirja, that a few ears kind of turned, not making eye contact with you, but almost like perking into the conversation. So it almost feels as though, like, right when you were like, maybe we shouldn't, is right about when everyone kind of started, everyone who was listening seemed to eavesdrop just a little bit more.
Riley will, if they're not looking at us, he's absolutely gonna point them out to Vhalen.
So the mating habits of lead-bearing swallows are like he's just gonna think of like the most boring fucking shit
Conversation.
in the world
Mhm.
that will immediately glass eyes.
Oh, it's a different
But,
version. Look at that.
Mhm.
It's so weird being here, not being in Energy's campaign.
I was scrolling, so I didn't see the word. The words went past my screen too fast. I was like, "Did that say SeaWorld?" And I had to go back up.
Did that say SeaWorld?
I was confused.
No. Oh gosh.
Y'all mating up in here?
I've been
We got
here.
my You're missing out.
So things are going according to plan.
Yeah, this skewer is really good.
Yeah, this burger's pretty good.
It's a burger.
Is outside of our like idle conversation, how's the climate here, like in terms of like a social climate? Because I know there was a lot of like political upheaval happening. Are we seeing?
Insight at advantage, because this was a little bit of your home way back, so you can get a little bit.
Insight. Awesome. Where is my character sheet?
I know you're so good at insight.
I'm
Cast guidance.
best.
Why don't
I don't even know
paladins
if
get
anyone-
guidance? That's so rude.
You can if you
I don't
take
get
the.
cantrips.
If you
Specific
take the, it's the same fucking thing. Okay, not bad. I think in general, just from kind of walking around and also being able to speak with Rainisa, there certainly does seem to be a sort of tension. You're in a very like safe area right now, and like in general, because there's plenty of crime that happens and such. But you can kind of sense that there's a sort of looking over your shoulder that seems to be happening with many of the inhabitants here, even in this nicer area that you guys are in. You're not necessarily seeing anything outright. It's just, there's just a vague feeling of like something's kind of off, and everyone feels that.
Okay. Yeah, looks like this place is being affected too. We about our wing clipping program. I got confirmation from Rhaenissa that we should accelerate that as fast as possible.
Oh, okay.
On the way out of
if
here,
you
we
don't clip
can...
the wings, they'll fly away.
Indeed. But more specifically towards those it has roosted in previously.
This is not a great analogy.
I'm not good at this, I'm not going to lie. But,
well, it is insert time here. We have the correct amount of time until we need to get back for our appointment, and I believe you said you wanted to see sights, seasides,
Sightsee?
no, I have my meeting, but you can do whatever you like in the interim.
Oh, I was
not your
going
meeting,
to
her meeting.
explore Waterdeep. What? No, he has a meeting here. Then we have a meeting there.
Oh. I was trying not to drop your meeting.
I mean, that was whatever that was. I'm sure it had intent, but since I couldn't hear it, it didn't mean anything to me.
So, yeah, we'll get that going. We need to discuss, yes, a few things, but the threat is very real and immediate. These
Well, let's
finches
go.
Are likely to.
Who's on Team C sites and who's on Team Meeting?
I think it's Cameron and myself on meeting, and you two, the rest of you guys on sightseeing.
Well, shouldn't we even out the party a little more?
The meeting I scheduled was not a party meeting, and I do not wish to offend.
Okay.
We talked about this, didn't we? It's just gonna be us.
We did.
I don't like that.
He
Ryland-
literally just had a meeting without us.
Yeah, but he was with his mentor, and that's a big difference.
And he will be somewhere else. And if Vhalen thinks he will be safe, then I trust Vhalen.
No, Vhalen yells at all of us to take a friend.
The company that I will be with will. How about this? I will send Oryx over in case
not want
I
me
get.
there?
It's not. It's the numbers more than anything.
I think it's pretty obvious he doesn't want you there. You don't seem to be taking the hint.
Wow.
Boy, yep, that's the gift.
No?
What if you
All right,
both get taken by your queen lady at the same time? I
We're
don't think
both
it
taken
hurts
by the
Ryland
queen
the
lady
way
at the
that
same
it
time.
normally would.
I will specifically send Oryx back to find you.
Okay.
If they are to be kidnapped, then we will hear about it one way or another, and then we will go retrieve them. But I do not think this is likely. Did you think it is likely that you are going to be kidnapped, Vhalen?
Not particularly.
Then
Not
that
here.
is good enough for me.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a say over that matter.
I haven't
So
done
do we,
anything
but-
to offend my kidnapper recently, so
Yeah, it's not about. Maya's about to drop some hot fire.
It could be. Besides, we're fine.
yeah.
I don't think
and
matter
it's-
of offending her that she calls upon you. I think
the
it's just
person I'm
whatever
meeting
she
with,
needs.
I am confident would see us secured.
Okay.
At the very least, take Rusi.
I'm objecting to multiple people, and you want me to take a horse-sized dog with me.
It's a dog-sized dog.
I was
She's
going
a
to say, at the
Vhalen
moment,
dog.
it's easy dog stuff. I mean, that's what it's really.
A horse-sized green glowing dog made of leaves.
Look, it'll be fine. I
Pick one.
appreciate your...
Yeah, take one of us.
Send Oryx.
Near Rusi.
I'm trying to... Oryx can tell you. And you'll be fine. He'll lead you back. It's a cute little bird. He'll poke you in the helmet. It'll be a good time.
He has done that before.
Also, do you have the? I suppose I also do. This don't seem to work for me the way it does for you, but you can communicate at long distance.
Also true.
If I get kidnapped, I'll have... I don't think I'll have the moment. It's a rather sudden situation.
I'm trying to help you.
No, I appreciate it. I don't want to oversell the... He's my brother. I'm not going to lie to him. It's, We'll be all right, Ryland. Trust me.
In any case, where are we
It's not
going
you
to
that I'm
be?
not trusting.
after the joint meeting so that we can go back to Kinetic Command?
We can go back to my nieces because we'll need to. I mean, I guess I could draw the teleportation. Or
I
are you
am
taking
taking
us
us
back?
home.
Okay.
Rhaenys did want to see you before you left, so
I need to go talk to my niece.
So we will meet back outside of John Mentor's place of
Yes.
dwelling,
Please.
and we will do that when?
I don't anticipate this being long, so
Enter enough time to make it back and go.
yeah,
take
we'll
a face
11:30, like a
and
sharp
go defeat-
11:30.
I was pretty sure his meeting was at like 1, and we had an afternoon thing in Command.
yeah, that's what it was. I had
Yeah,
one.
it's later on.
There's like 2, but yeah. So yeah, well, it'll be close. It'll be tight, but we got it.
Oh
is-
gosh.
Yes. Insert reasonable time here.
Okay.
All right. This meal was actually pretty good.
It's pretty good.
That's not much Cheese and Delights.
Could have used more meat.
You know, I hear there's a Maztecan restaurant on the
Well, why didn't we
northeast
go
side of
there?
the
No.
city. It's like a 3-hour walk that way.
All right. So the Gith Yankee brothers have a clear destination to head to. We'll go with them just because we started with the other team first. So you sightseeing team or whatever you guys are going to be doing, whether that's Kidoso breaking off to sightsee or whatever happens, we'll get to you guys in just a moment. But the Gith Yankee brothers are meeting a particular person in a space that was mentioned previously. So Vhalen, I
Roscoe's
imagine
Chicken and Waffles.
Bosco's Chicken and Waffles is all good. I was gonna say, okay, cool. You walk about 2 minutes or so before, like, breaking away from the team, before Kevin just kind of leans over to you. You know, the dog's following us. You know that, right? Like the dog's behind us. Like, she's like ducking behind some carts and stuff, but like I can see her. But she's there. Ruthie did not roll above his passive perception.
Well, all right. That's as long as she doesn't come into the restaurant with us, I'm fine with that.
All right, it's fine. I'm just letting you know. So you didn't know. Just being sure you didn't see the dog.
I didn't. Nope.
You didn't see the dog. All right.
I'm lost in thought. You know this most of the time.
No problem. My eyes still work even when I think, so I got you. Don't worry.
Uh-huh. That must be nice.
It's pretty good. But your mind works better than mine, so it's fine. So I understand.
I'm balancing a lot of things. I have to kill an unkillable dragon. I have to save my friend from a goddess. I have a lot of stuff on my mind. There's a great migration of Fey enchanted short giants that I'm worried about. There's a lot of weird stuff happening.
Short giants.
Oh, Ryland's family. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
There's fiendish incursions in the desert, which I still don't understand. There's a lot on my plate, you know. Not to mention
like there's just
our
a
queen,
lot of things
who
for us
is
to.
very upset with us,
Yes.
and will likely remain that way. But yes, there's a lot on my mind. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. This is why we're together. As a team. It's all good. I got you. Let's
Appreciate
just
that.
get there,
All
I guess. But yeah, you guys are able to make it there. The closest spot is a kind of like cafe almost, but it's rather large and seems to be kind of well populated at the moment, which is kind of nice knowing that it'll be a little bit easier to kind of disappear into like the din of conversations and such that are happening in the area. But as you arrive, and you guys, I would say you were purposeful and made sure you weren't late.
Oh, got
So I
there
would
early,
say
100%.
you guys are getting there a little early is what I was
This is military leadership. I'm getting there as early as possible.
You're getting there early.
I'm not
And
fucking around.
how early actually? Just like in terms of
I'd
like
say
how
at
many
least
minutes?
15 minutes. Like just.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you're still late in the military
the cutoff
terms.
was like 30
My
minutes.
bad.
By the time you get there, you do see even like before you get to the cafe, Kemen kind of like nudging you and directing your vision in a couple of different ways. And you catch about 3 or 4 other Dragonborn that would otherwise have passed your suspicion if you had not been like told to look in the direction. But Kemen seems to spot like weapons or sometimes armor that's kind of craftily hidden under clothing, certain other things that seem familiar. Also, most of them seem to be colored in a way that is reminiscent of your companion. So as you continue getting there, and once you make it inside, you do recognize towards the back does seem to be a familiar face. Seated with a cup of tea in front of her, and 2 other Dragonborn on either side of the table. But as soon as you walk in, she makes eye contact with you.
He'll just give her kind of like a warm nod and then make our way over.
I'm just not gonna talk very much, just in case you're wondering, because it seems kind of important and you know. Do you want me to stand up next table or should I sit? What do you think is protocol here?
Is there enough room for Kemen?
Yeah, there absolutely is.
Oh yeah, Kemen, you sit by my side. It's fine.
That's fine. I just saw they were standing, so I could stand too. You know, like I could be.
Do you prefer to stand?
I mean, I don't mind. I just whatever. I don't
Do
know
what is comfortable for you.
All right, I'll sit down.
Okay.
Immediately kicks his boots off, starts picking his toenails.
Yeah. I mean, don't do that.
No.
But you would greet him. Thank you for meeting us. This is my brother, Kemen. He's obviously a part of our troop now, but yeah, I thank you for meeting me on exceptionally short notice.
I thank you for calling me for a concern of mine.
Yeah, since I guess I kind of dragged you here, do you want to start with your questions and then I'll go with mine?
How long have you known she's been dead?
Oh boy, game terms. Vhalen had that. Help me with the translation here. It's been at least a couple. It was before the. It was definitely before the party.
Yes,
so,
you had an inkling before. The party was like, for sure, we know this now. Yeah. But you had inklings before then. So roughly like a month or so for Vhalen?
Okay. So excluding the time skip that we both went through a month prior to that. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So about that, yeah. I had my inklings, but I put some thought behind it, and that seemed to make sense and was recently confirmed. In a good way. To be clear, I realized that was rather open-ended.
No, information regarding what has happened to her is good in any case. Do you know what did it?
I do, and I want to preface this that I'm more than willing to share that information, but it can put you in considerable danger. I know. I understand your position and what you do, and I respect it greatly. I don't want to expose people to risk unnecessarily. But if you're okay with that, I'm more than happy to tell you everything.
Join the cause.
I'd prefer you do.
Okay, so minor image time. Soul Seeker Dragon attacked, I believe, not just her, but a fair amount of your people. And I have proof of that as well. But when this thing kills something, its effect is such that it erases it from history, memories, written documentation. They are all but gone. I think the only reason your daughter exists as such is because Mithril Majesty is acting as a imperfect phylactery, housing her soul along with one of an ancient Eladrin king and a few others, and that is essentially what's sustaining her. If she's separated from that weapon for too long, I fear she may be lost.
Have you researched ways to, I suppose, bind her soul with what's left of her?
I have, and your daughter has been, how do I put this tastefully? I would say reticent to allow me to act on this information.
In which case, I'll ask you respect her wishes, despite my own. I don't know if I fully understand everything that you have discovered about this, but again, I very much appreciate you being able to share this with me.
I also thought you should know. I'm making some assumptions here, but she had at least a brother, and I don't know if that's your son, but he may be lost to the abyss. We do, at some point, plan on trying to retrieve that soul, and I realize this conversation might be tearing open wounds you didn't realize you had.
I don't understand.
Your son was also a victim of this dragon. In such, you likely lost information about him, but it was resident in her mind. Unfortunately, the phylactery that I mentioned is almost under constant assault from demons, which we have purged a few times, but we'll need to do so in a more permanent fashion. We've just had a lot on our plate, and to be fair, underestimated the porous nature of that particular vessel.
I suppose the trouble of this is you mentioned memories of them are taken.
Matter image.
I do have a son that I can, I suppose, recall right now. But you're telling me there's one that I had that I do not have anymore. Neither do I have the recollection of such son.
Correct.
Okay. So what are your plans for this dragon?
We plan on slaying it as soon as possible. However, I think he took a fair amount of your people, and he'll do like a series of minor images to like kind of panoramic photo what he saw in there, and just like all like the skeletons of them and stuff like that.
In the middle of the restaurant?
He imagines it's secured by her at this point.
Yeah. They're not in the middle of it too. They're very much in a secluded corner.
Okay.
But it's a very weird situation. I can't ask you to what you want saved if you don't know what you've lost. But one called out to Nerja, and as awkward as this is going to sound, I was in the process of reuniting with my body because I got shunted into that realm, but I didn't have time to engage in a conversation. But I wanted to ask you, if I get put in that position again, is there something I could say, like a code word, or is there any information that I could provide to show that I'm trusted, or if there's anything that you want to ask?
Among our people, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. I can get that to you. Should you kill this dragon, what becomes of the souls?
That I don't know. I haven't had any. I mean, the nature of this creature makes it so that we go into it blind the first time. So it was a fight. I had no time for research or even theorizing. But necromancy magic is something that doesn't work in its sphere of influence, and as such, the usual kind of soul binding or capturing kind of spells present a risk until it is dead. I don't know. It depends, I guess, on how they're stored.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
I understand. I always wondered about that weapon. She just had it one time, and it was after some mission, I believe, but the details were hard, and I didn't get much from her. I think it's because she didn't know either.
That makes sense.
But it's been very important to her. In more ways than one.
I hate to do this, Foos. But my food just got here.
Why did you say Foos?
I'll be right back.
I used to do Zask for like a persuasion roll or some shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was at
That's
first.
what I thought initially. I was like,
Every single time he hit those.
Well,
Oh
Very
my
different type.
god.
can we take a quick break?
I imagine he'll be back in just a second, so
Okay.
we'll take our little break.
I got it. I'm on my way back. I'm on my way back. Hold on.
I don't imagine it'll take long for him to go to the door and come back.
Yeah.
He should be alright.
I just didn't want it to sit out there in the 40-degree air. And get nice
Oh,
and
that's
chilly.
freaking hilarious.
Makes
Because
perfect
like,
sense.
of the conversation and the way it came out, that's why it made me laugh. So it's just like, I hate to do
my
this to you,
immersion
but
is broken. Indeed.
I gotta go.
The waiter comes through with my second meal in 20 minutes.
Yeah, like, thank you for not leaving it outside where it's 40 degrees
Yes.
for no
Oh,
reason.
God.
Oh my
Um,
god.
So,
Mhm.
where was I? I also wanted to ask if you said you wanted to respect her wishes. So if I do find a solution, we stick with whatever she says.
Yes, it's
Okay.
ultimately up to her.
Understood. I will obviously share anything I come up with, if it works with you, in case, in the extremely dangerous life that I'm living, something happens. You'll at least have access to that.
I appreciate it. A saying we would often say during moments where rallying was necessary. I likely imagine she hasn't said it in some time, as she has not fought beside her brethren in some time, but should you be exposed to a person you suspect is from us, you can start the first half, rise with the storm. They should respond, strike with the tide.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will definitely see if I can put that to use. I was trying to think if there's something else I wanted to say to you in regards to the situation.
Why now
Is
did
it-
you decide to reach out to me?
I'm not going to lie to you. We are exposing ourselves more and more to danger, and I think we overestimate time and how we spend it with people and things of that nature. I think you deserve to know. And frankly, and I don't mean any ill will on your own daughter, but I was hoping you'd be more objective with this information, which you obviously are. So
What I prefer and what she chooses are very rarely in alignment, but it is her decision.
I did want to ask you, sometimes the absence of information is information unto itself. Do you have any inexplicable gaps in service numbers or positioning in your history? Because losing that many people, even if you were to erase their memory, I don't know how you're organized, but I imagine you have numbers, casualties, things of that nature. Those things wouldn't add up. Even if you delete that information, you'd have to fabricate one to make it work.
The functionality of such large gatherings can sometimes have situations that fall through the cracks, or unexplainable situations that are a little bit more difficult to track down. But with this information that you have shared with me, I can double back and see if there's anything that doesn't fit. But off the top of my mind, nothing.
my last question then would be, what? This is her blade is an Eladrin blade of exquisite make, and I was wondering if there's any similarities or ties between your people, and the Eladrin people.
None that I'm aware of. If they were removed, though, perhaps there was a relationship we previously established. We simply can't remember. The space that we did settle in way before my time, I believe showed hints of perhaps previous life, abandoned some time ago.
Interesting. Do you remember how she came upon Mythal Majesty?
After a mission, she simply returned with it, as if she'd always had it.
Valen's doing the math. Interesting.
She has been trained in all weapons, but previously a glaive was not her initial choice.
Interesting. Well, she's taken through that one quite well, I'll tell you that.
It suits her well.
I do want to say she's been doing your people proud. She has slain quite a few undesirables in our field and has been instrumental in keeping us safe. So,
as she has been trained.
And if I dare say raised, so well done.
I appreciate it. She is someone to be proud of.
I agree. There's another name, Rachia. Does that remind you of any? Does that?
I can't say
ring
that
any
sounds
bell?
familiar.
I plan on speaking with my mentor in the city before I leave, and I'll ask if there's anything that she can provide to retain these souls. But if there is a way to capture them or some, would you want them transferred to your care?
Anything that can be recovered should be returned to where they belong.
Understood. There was a lot of physical remains. I don't know if that was spectral or not, but if you do succeed and they're left over, you may need to prepare for a lot.
I understand, and we'll do so.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor and your timeliness. This is incredible. You would not believe the amount of resistance I get from most people. So, thank you.
Kind of looking over you and Kevin, who's been just like unnaturally stiff in his position,
Yeah.
but seems to kind of have his head like on a slight swivel, just kind of keeping an eye on everything else that's been happening around this conversation. But just looking between the two of you, and then nods. I know the feeling. But things have been strange since we returned as well. In the time I was gone, there have been other military officials that have been acting strange from us. One of which that went missing. You're welcome to share that information with her, but I'm not sure it is helpful or useful currently.
Is it someone that she knew?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a name she would recognize that I could pass on?
Most likely, but again, I'm unsure if that's important to her right now.
Well, I think we should follow your lead and let her choose. I could pose the option, but I don't want to give her a...
Ooh, persuasion. This is protecting
handful of
Mama
nothing.
right now. You gotta use persuasion.
God, why?
The mama manners. Remember that.
I think there's a delivery at the door for you.
Are you gonna roll for me?
Oh my god.
Probably not.
Remember, Leonard,
I'm
you
gonna
got
burn
that.
my
He's in my aura.
I'm in-
He's not
I'm in-
in your arm, and even if he was, that doesn't make a difference. It's the same. Okay,
Hey!
so 16? Okay. She stares at you sort of long and hard. If we meet again, I'll share.
Okay. Fair. All right. Anything you want me to pass on to your daughter? I don't want to take up too much of your time.
That I love her.
Will do. It was a pleasure meeting you, and should you need anything from us, please do not hesitate to contact. I can travel most places with a little bit of heads up, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Likewise. Before you do go, if you don't mind, I suppose that is up to you whether you want to say it is from me or not, but if you don't mind, and you see her kind of reach into her cloak for a moment, kind of pull out what looks to be sort of a white ribbon from her pocket and just extend it towards you. It's a token from her mother. If not a token from you, perhaps, but if you don't mind giving that to her.
A daughter should know she is loved. I'll definitely say it's from you. Yeah, he'll take it and secure it in one of his robe pockets, so it's not dealing next to the body that isn't good.
So I can put it in the book, holding it like, you know what? We're just gonna
Taking it there nice and safe.
I won't put it where the corpse is for now. You understand?
Yep. No, not doing that. All right. Thank you. And like I said, anything that you need, let us know. I will also brief you on what happens with this fight. So.
I expect you to.
All right, that's fair. In his head, not out loud. All right, he'll just kind of awkwardly get up and bow / shake hands. He doesn't know the
she does reach out. If you like look like you're going in, she'll reach her hand.
They can bow, salute all at once.
It's a firm grip, and her hand is huge, but she does meet your hand for a moment, and then remain seated as you depart with Kemen. Although I think even you would start to notice that as you were leaving, there's a dog head in one of the windows that has been looking in your direction the whole time. Head out, in which case Kevin is just, all right, we could pretend that's our dog again now, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great.
Mercy, what's up? Come here,
So you're just like happily wagging her tail. When you first come out, like as soon as you start cresting the door, she kind of like ducks under the window. The second you guys turn, you see her just like scrunched down and her tail is going, just making clear eye contact with you. But the moment you address her, she runs up to you, just tail wagging and happily greeting you.
Right.
Not bad, Vhalen. She's got information she'll give you next time, and she expects a debrief. I'm hearing second date. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh my god! This is her mom!
That is too much woman for Vhalen.
It's a 230-pound woman on a 60-pound Yankee.
Oh my god! I love it.
She has responsibilities. She has her shit straight. That's just that.
That could be very attractive for Vhalen.
Oh god. Okay, so we're gonna pick up with team sightseeing, I guess. What are the rest of you guys doing in the meantime?
Whatever sites are available to see, I guess.
I mean, I don't know what everybody else is doing, but I'm gonna be going down to look at the ocean. That's what I'm doing.
It does have a very large coast, as you can see on the map. However, there is like the dock ward where there is a little bit more traffic and kind of boats are coming in and out. However, if you kind of venture towards the west gate and such, you can also have a bit less people around, if that is what you're looking for.
I don't care if there's people there. I want to see the Ochan.
Okay,
Probably
going to the
going to
Ochan.
get in it. I also want to.
Okay.
Now, here's a question that hasn't been relevant this whole time. I'm an adult who has money, right? Like, how much money should be on my sheet?
Oh shit, we talked about that. I don't think we ever established how much
It's
money
never been
you
relevant.
should
I'm going to
have.
buy a bunch of fish.
There's no way in the world you do not have enough money to buy fish.
I assume.
You're fine with that. But we'll establish some money. I think for now, I'm just gonna say that you have 500 gold, and then we'll adjust from there. That's like bare minimum, I think, of what you should have, considering what you're doing.
So wherever
yes,
is easiest to accomplish all of those goals, that's where I'm going.
That would be the
also
dock ward.
potentially split the money from the kings.
Sure, that too. I was like, I'm like the money
So you have
since
a-
being
I'm
here,
sure you
I'm not
have
worried
more.
about. But I was like,
Yeah.
I had money before. I'm not entirely sure who paid me.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, you absolutely have money. You're fine. Like, especially if it's like, I'm gonna buy fish. Like, you could absolutely buy fish.
I mean, in theory,
goodness,
I might want to like if I can get a the bag of colding situation to keep the fish fresh, something to keep them. They don't have to go that long. We're teleporting back, so that's not a huge deal. But
I guess part of the question is everyone going along for the going to see the ocean trip?
Yeah.
I think Vhalen is hesitantly chaperoning, and he just wants to go wait for Vhalen to come back.
Okay. Helda, were you gonna say something?
I think if Kurosa's looking for a bag of holding to put fish in, she would offer her bag.
Yeah, not even a little bit. I will never see them again.
They stay fresh.
I'm also not unconvinced that. Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure we're not being obviously listened to. I'm not gonna be even that. It's very cursory, and it's just I'm not entirely unconvinced that bag does not kill people and generate their bodies for you to pull out. That was very fresh. Like the act of pulling an item out could have killed that man.
Wow.
I would not reach into this bag, perhaps ever again. But that is just me. This is your bag, and you do with it what you will.
She just gets, at his words, she just gets this look on her face like, oh crap, he has a point. She didn't say that, but that's the look on her face like okay. Maybe.
Oh god.
Wow.
So it sounds like all four of you are hanging out and getting some fish and hanging. But basically, most of that would be in the dock ward. Finding fish, not a problem. And even as you're kind of getting closer to the ocean and the water that is there, you do recognize that you can already start to smell the ocean from just being blocks and blocks and blocks away. And that was one thing, it's starting to kind of click with you that this is obviously going to be a different experience, which is also part of the reason you wanted to be here in the first place anyway, see some different water. But even the infinite was almost scentless in its form. You could feel it in the breeze, but it wasn't because you smelled it. It was almost more like it was just carrying some of that cleanliness feeling with it that you could recognize what it was. In this instead, the scent hits you first and you immediately start seeing vendors and otherwise dock workers and some others who have recently arrived, kind of departing from the space and such. It's a very busy area, but obviously finding fish is no problem. You are introduced to many different kinds that you have not seen before. But I will also mention you are dealing with some people who can very much see that you are a foreigner. So go ahead and give me an insight check as you are going through this to see what you might notice as you are here. Oh my god. Sir. Okay, the whole team is with him actually, so the rest of you guys can give me insight checks as well. Oh gosh. I think I saw Vhalen leave. Sorry girl, when you come back if you can.
Rusi's not there.
that is Vhalen's stats, or not Vhalen, Vhalen's stats, but
it's just on Mastiff.
And it's funny to see the Mastiff. But I think both of you would notice, both Ryland and Helda, as Kidoso was talking to one of the sort of fish vendors, It's a little bit weirder for Ryland because you don't really deal with money very often because it is sort of like trade system and such with your family, and you do your best to keep your hands away from the money of the team. But Helda, instantly, as you are a treasure hunter and you are often kind of selling things and such, Kidoso is getting ripped the fuck off right now. He's buying fish that are very common and should be like at most like 3 copper, and they're selling them for like a silver a piece, which is still like not expensive for you guys as being adventurers. But just in seeing Kidoso's enthusiasm, you can see this vendor is definitely trying to take advantage.
See, my problem is when I buy fish in Kimate Kimane, they're imported and dried and expensive because it's hard to get them there. So I'm like, yeah, that's what fish cost.
Yeah, I think she would immediately speak up about that. I'm like, yeah, okay. My question is, would she call out the salesman here?
Yeah, and the salesman you can see is kind of like a middle-aged guy in sort of like a vest and just kind of some holes in it every so often. He very much is like a worker here. It's kind of messy and dirty, but otherwise, what he has on like in his stall are kind of on small blocks of ice. But as he seems to be jovially explaining everything, just kind of makes eye contact with you. But you are welcome to.
Okay, I think she'd do it a little more passively. Really, that much? It seems to be a little bit much for something like that around here.
Would Ryland
These
be
are
able to pick
the
up
best
on
quality.
the name of the,
Best quality
the type
next
of
to
fish?
the sea?
Sorry, I heard what you said. I'll get to you in just a second. But Ryland, you were asking what?
Would Ryland pick up on like how he was saying like this is X type of fish and it costs 89 silver. Like would he catch the names of them and be able to recognize like that's a very common fish?
See, you are also from a place that doesn't have a lot of fish, so you are not.
He has his papa.
Yeah, but
And
he
Vhalen just bought him some like a week ago.
Unfortunately, you can make a nature check, but this is going to be a high DC for you because you do not know a lot of fish from where you were from.
Damn it, Foos.
I was like, I don't. That's why I was like, Ryland's speaking up, but I'm not entirely sure why. What are you asking?
I said it.
Hilda's favorite food is actually fish, so I think she would know this.
Yeah, I think you would catch it. These are like common-ish fish, but common-ish fish.
Common-ish fish.
Waiting for that nature check, but I don't hear it. See it.
Nature. I asked that, but everybody was excited, so I was waiting.
Okay, I was like, I said it 3 times now. What's happening?
The neat thing is you can roll without interrupting. It'll just happen.
No, he didn't hear what it was.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
It's just that we were all talking. Yeah, Ryland, you are hearing names of fish. And you're like, I don't remember. Was it that the bluefin was? You're just kind of like getting mixed up in like the terms and such, and combining things that just kind of like don't. So you're like, I don't fully remember. But Helda, as you are,
like, that's a good deal.
That's a good deal. But Helda, as you are noticing this, these are the best quality. That's why they're this price. You won't find anything better. Trust me.
Oh no! And here's the thing: these are really, really common, easy to get. Just sort of pointing to the sea right now. Trust me, I know my stuff. This one, not bad. But not that easy, not that difficult to get. Very common around these parts. You know that.
You can go get a fishing pole if you want to, and go find some yourself. But these were just very recently found, and like I said, really good quality. But go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Hell yeah, Helda.
Her charisma is shit. Okay.
Get him.
Oh no. Okay.
Persuasion. Okay.
Persuasion.
Perception. There you go.
No.
Give you a whole ass 7 right there.
Is a whole ass 7. Which wasn't that Valen's persuasion as well?
It was indeed.
It was. We have 2 7 persuasions tonight. But as you try and kind of correct him, you see him getting more defensive and just like I said, if you want to go get a fishing pole and go find some yourself, you're welcome to. But while they're here,
at that point, I think Kirosa would she would like just lightly like just slap you on the shoulder and go, "My friend, you're getting ripped off. Do with that what you will."
What did
Do you
you do?
have
I want
actual
to buy
pole?
fish, and he's going to sell me fish.
that's right. I'm going to sell you. Would you? Fish.
At a higher price than you need to.
Yes.
We need to save that
he's
gold for other
overcharging for
things.
the fish.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
Good.
what is it?
Do you have a fishing pole?
No. What? No.
Maybe you could ask
We
the
live
fish.
in the desert.
He's asking it over like, and he's looking at the shopkeep.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't recognize that at all. Sorry. Yeah, of course. Yes. I'm not going to give it to you if that's what you're asking. You can go buy some over there.
Bless you.
I'll have him sneeze on you. I'm kidding.
Let's
do it. I'm in a filthy pond. No, go ahead.
It's probably a wise idea for us to go. Let's go to another stall. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
He had a few fish and he was getting ready for keto, so you see him just kind of putting it back on display.
Just as we get a little ways.
Oh, look at the time. We gotta go.
They're steering me to a different fish vendor. And just, on the one hand, it's like, I guess I don't want to get ripped off. It's like, I mean, maybe it's overcharged, but I have money.
Could Hilda try to see if there's a play that has more reasonable prices?
Yeah, insight again, please.
Insight again. Watch me roll terribly this time.
Yeah, this is low DC.
Better.
Yeah, this is mostly because like you are in the business of kind of like trading and purchasing things. So I think Helda has a good intuition about some of these. So genuinely, I forgot your bonus was a 10. I had the DC at 10 for you. So you needed to roll a 1 to fail. So you're good. You're totally good. I forgot your bonus was a fucking 10. So you're good to go.
I should be trying to find something like something in the middle of quality and price here, like good quality, good price.
And eventually you do. You do see one that is a little bit further away from the coast. It is a little bit quieter, but you are noticing that the people who are approaching this particular stall seem to be a little bit well off in particular in comparison to some of the others you saw. The booth itself is not very busy, but those who are coming seem to be of high esteem. And just seeing some of the prices written there, you can also recognize that they seem far more reasonable, and these fish actually do look fresh. But you're able to spot that as you basically direct Kidoso away from this other one.
So I can buy fish from him, this person.
Now this looks more reasonable.
Okay. I'm going to buy fish now, if everyone is okay with this.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to proceed to purchase. I don't know how long, like whatever storage I could get to keep fish fresh long enough. However many days worth of fresh I can make fish, I'm going to buy that many days worth of fish for 3 people to consume. Enough fish to feed 3 people for X number of days. With just a variety of fish. And
it's a variety of fish and squid, and like you're getting a lot of different kinds of like eels, and this particular booth has quite a variety. But
I'm
you're
assuming
able to...
at most it's like 3 days worth of food.
Yeah, for the most part,
it's fresh stuff. And I'm just gonna look for stuff that isn't often in the desert, that is like salted and like preserved that'll last longer, and just buy a fuck ton of that. Just so much. It's absurd.
Okay, I think your fish expedition will cost you, I will say, a hot 4 gold pieces.
Boom.
Which is a stupid amount of money to spend on fish, but is nothing for you guys.
I'm spending so much. Most of it's not for me. I'm bringing fish back to my parents, who also get to get fish all the time.
For like context, it's basically almost like spending like 400 gold or so. Not 400 gold, $400 basically on fish. But it's like we gotta have this.
I'm
is great.
here. Like I'm not here all the time. And I can't just every couple days be like, hey man, you want to take me to Waterdeep real quick?
Yeah, can we go back, man? Come on. I would say with Helda's expertise, you're able to find very, very confident and knowledgeable vendors who are able to supply you with what you would like. But yeah, it is quite the variety. And how exactly are you storing these?
I might have to buy a bag of some kind.
Okay, that was my other question, because like if you're not putting in her bag,
I'll never see it again. I need to buy some.
Yeah, no, I understand why. Rylan, do you have one, right? I don't know if you'd offer it, but I know
he
that
does.
I
think he was along the way. He was looking for communal fishing poles. So I don't know if you found one that was just laying there that looked like it might be.
You absolutely do not see any communal fishing poles.
Well,
Everything
I know they
needs to be
wouldn't
paid
actually
for.
be, but for in Ryland's eye, like, oh, someone. All right, yeah.
Just
No, they do seem to be, tended to, if not very clearly in someone's possession.
And then theft happened.
I know, right?
But if he's asked about that, he's like, I mean, my bag of holding is not like either of theirs. It is fresh, if you want.
Oh, this would be great. I'm happy to purchase a bag of my own to do this, but if you have space,
I could let you
I do
borrow
want to stop
mine.
by a plant place if you don't mind. I don't know where that would be.
I'm happy to accompany you to a plant place of some sort. I do want to go to the actual, to the ocean itself at some point.
Oh, maybe we should separate again. But here's my bag, and he'll hand you the bag, and
You have so many bundles of fish.
Ryland's asking the shopkeep if they know where he can buy plants.
Plant? Yeah. Sure. I mean, not like close to here though. You'd have to go probably in the trades ward for that.
How far away is that?
Like a good 20-minute walk.
How long do we have until we have to meet back up?
Enough time.
Probably, yeah, enough time. Probably 30, 40 minutes. You probably have enough time to walk there and then walk to the meeting place and then you're...
If we're gonna be late, he's not gonna do it. But if we have time to do it and make it back, then he's gonna go.
You could. You just have to hustle.
We should split up then. If you want to go to the ocean.
Well, in that case, I should probably, and no one else can, I think, accompany, unless any of you have any sort of. I do not have the spell prepared to take you with me, so it would be rather pointless for anyone else to join me.
I just don't like the idea of us separating further.
I mean, who did you think is targeting us?
I mean, that man from earlier might try to catch you and sell you as a fish.
I would purchase it gladly. I do enjoy
Actually,
fish.
I think I told her. I don't know if I told you guys.
What?
During the meeting, there was somebody in the window.
Yeah, someone who's eavesdropping. We're definitely being watched.
It's just a fellow who exuded darkness.
Bless you.
Just
It would be unwise right now to separate. I would say we choose one or the other.
oh, fine. We'll go watch you play in the ocean.
I mean, I will be completely underwater. You will not see me. My point stands. You will be basically occupying. I will be separate, even without the desire for separation.
Raise a hand up every now and then. We'll know you're there.
That's true. That I was just gonna say we could sort of do both. At the very least, even if you're underwater, we at least have a timeline for when we saw you, and then for when, if someone does decide to kidnap you, whatever. We at least have a timeline for when you went missing.
Someone is welcome to wait on the shore if they would like, but I guess I am saying that if we split now, we still have a timeline, for I will meet you at the meeting place.
Ooh, you know what? I got Rusey. I'm gonna go by myself. You two watch him, and we can go fast.
You don't have Roos's with the Gith
how
boys.
you
Oh, he
did that?
didn't send her back. That's right. In my brain, I assumed they already sent her back.
Hey, Brittany!
You do not have Roosy.
We do not have Rusey.
I
So
love how often it's I have my pet who's gonna just keep an eye on you for me. Whether it's Oryx or Roosy.
so I'll go with you, kiddo. So, Helda, do you want to go with Ryland? It sounds like we have to split.
Where did Rylan want to go again?
Get plans.
I mean, I don't have to. We can all just stare at the water.
Okay.
Yeah, switch bubbles.
You should all go to your plant place. I do
Do you
not
make
want to
bubbles when you
deprive
breathe underwater?
I do not think so. I mean, initially there is an expulsion of air, but it is since then it's just water passing through.
We're gonna lose a bubble throw really quick.
In any case, I do not want to deprive you of your visit to this plant store,
Likewise, I don't want to deprive you of this.
and neither has to do either.
Miami salty
You can go to the
water.
store, and I can go to the ocean. My point being, if I go to the ocean, there is literally no point in anyone else being anywhere near me because I will not be near you. So it will
she's
be
there.
as if you go to the store, because I will not be with you.
Okay. So
Oh boy. I don't like this at all.
Maybe we just wait until he goes underwater, and then you can just continue to watch him and afterwards.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that.
Hello, let's go.
Yeah, let's go to the ocean.
Doesn't take long. You guys are already in the dock ward to just make the short walk over. Most of the docks are kind of occupied, but there are some that are empty-ish, at least at the moment, not kind of tying down any boats or anyone kind of arriving. But for those of you who are watching, there is one in particular that you can probably get a good view. And for our lovely Kiroso, and this is wherever you would like to enter.
I mean, assuming it isn't like absolutely disgusting water. You mentioned it might not be clean.
It's not super clean, no. I mean, this also depends on what Kiroso considers disgusting water. You
I guess
do
my
notice
point
the
is it doesn't
closer
have
to the
like
city.
industrial revolution levels of pollution.
No, it doesn't look that bad. However, going from a place where you could see your feet pretty much the whole time, you know, at any point when you were submerged in the water, to seeing that like there is a bit of a murk to this particular water, there's certainly some differences here.
Sure, but as long as that's just the nature of the ocean, like it's not gonna be as pristine as the infinite.
No, and it is polluted as well, but it's not clean on like all fronts, but it's not like toxic sludge essentially.
Botulism.
Yeah.
Lanty. That first one got me swimming in just mud. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
makes me extremely uncomfortable.
Oh gosh. But anyway, yes. You hopping in? All right. As he jumps into the water, this is probably a good time for us to take our our break. I said first. But yeah, we'll take a quick 10-minute break as he leaps into the water and the other team goes to go look at some plants with Rylance because he's got to go check that out. But yeah, it is. I'm just going to round up a little bit. It's 10:38. Let's be back at 10:48 for a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and finish up this episode. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back in a little bit. Bye.
Bye.
you
I'll trust
got
Foos.
it. Okay. Why is it still don't trust Foos? I'm nothing but trustworthy. But hello, we're back from our short break. We are in Waterdeep still. Kiyoso has just taken a splash into the water. The other team has been kind of watching him for a moment, and then they're going to go to a plant place to go hang out and see what Rylan might want to see there. And the Gith Yankee brothers just finished their meeting with Nirja's mom. So we are going to pick up essentially with Kiyoso's experience in the water. Then we will pick up with Team Plants, and then we will kind of round about to the team likely meeting up or anything else that anyone would want to do. So, Kiyoso, leaping into the water. There is almost an immediate recognition here. Oh my God, we just got raided. Hello, Wanderer's Haven. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. And I'm sure Flandy's on it because he already started typing. There it is, the shout out. What were you guys playing? I hope you had a wonderful night. We just came back from our break, and we're picking up with our Triton guy jumping into the water, and it's a good time. But it's less clean water than he's used to, so we'll see how it is for him. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you very much. Things are good. This is a little bit of downtime for the characters before they get into more sort of deadly fights. So they're hanging around in Waterdeep, which is not a city they are from. So we have some tourist activity happening right now, but otherwise it's good. And then they'll go back to being stressed and planning for fights, most likely. But for right now, it's relatively low stress for them. But I hope your stream was awesome. Thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. Kiyoso, jumping into the water. As expected, it is certainly cooler. Your lovely resistance to cold, just because of your genetics, kind of keep you comfortable here. But you are, as this kind of filters through your body as you do breathe in water, you are immediately kind of recognizing the stark differences here. And even the Infinite in Kimatha Kimane, there's like a slight kind of wave to it. It's not like a still lake, for example, but there's so much more movement here. Partially because there are boats kind of afloat, not only in the dock, but also kind of coming in or leaving, but also just the natural wave and crashing of the movement of the water as well. So there is sort of like an adjusting to movement you're not fully used to yet. But otherwise, it is teeming with life. There are crabs and crustaceans and barnacles on the bottoms of the boats that you're starting to notice as well. Fish that are not quite coming up to the docks themselves, but coming near you at the very least, and swimming in all different directions. Particles that are floating in the water that you never saw as before. You're used to crystal clear water. And you can absolutely kind of, in a weird way, almost like taste the wood from the boats, the various materials that are not of the wildlife here, but are just from the influence of the civilization nearby. It is almost overwhelming. It's as if, in a weird analogy, as if you were used to no spices to suddenly tasting all of them at the same time. It's quite a bit on the senses, but you find yourself in this unique water experience.
Yeah, I want to go kind of out a ways.
Mm-hmm.
Staying, just going with the floor of the ocean here.
Mm-hmm.
So gradually getting deeper, but mostly because there's just plants, which in and of itself is different and new.
Yep.
And just see the interaction of the creatures that live here,
Mm-hmm.
and possibly ask a few, just like what's good, what's around here. I can't understand the back, but I can make them understand me.
I was like, you can talk at them, but not get any in response, right? But yeah, give me just a persuasion check for your interactions with these sea creatures. That is such a funny way of being like, "What's up, Jesus?"
What's up, Jesus? Election at no pause.
I forget every now and then. So you 29 casually chucked out. Oh my God.
I got 29 to talk
amazing.
to. Not talk to, talk at fish. Couldn't roll above a 6 to try and reunite some people that have fucking
You had
dice.
3 different rolls. I know. You find that you are making friends probably a little too well. You kind of stop to speak to like a particular singular fish, and you start noticing that others in the distance kind of start turning their attention in your direction. And very soon after, you are kind of gathering a bit of a crowd. Not only the fish, but even like you were close to the sea floor as well. You've noticed a few kind of lobsters have stopped underneath you and are just kind of looking up at you with their beady black eyes. Your attempt to communicate has gone way better than you anticipated.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a fish finds interesting, but if there are sights and they want to lead me somewhere, or maybe we just race. I don't know. I'm just here to experience it.
Just gonna have a time with some fish.
I want to go out far enough to get hit with some waves because that's different. So there's just experience the difference.
Okay, sounds good. Not a problem at all. And I imagine as you are doing this, there is no attempt to be stealthy or anything. You are just out and
Just having a
experiencing
good time
things.
and hang out with the creatures, experience the waves, look to see if people drop shit, just to occupy my time for a little bit.
Drop shit.
Like, I mean, people aren't on boats of the infinite. Who knows? There's crates of stuff down here, probably. I'm just
There are.
exploring.
Yeah. Exploring. All right, go ahead and give me a perception check as you are doing this. This is your general, like, looking around. All right, awesome. I'm gonna come back to you as you are just having a field day in the water, talking to fish, making too many friends, and head over to team. We're going to the plant store with Ryland. But you guys are heading off to the trade ward. Is there anything else you guys would be doing on the way, or is it just sort of heading there for the purpose? It is kind of a tight timeline to get there. Likely spend like 5-10 minutes there, and then you have to head off afterwards.
Yeah.
I think we
Ryland's
understand. Sorry.
walking with purpose. If he sees any like guards that look like they're relatively useful, he'll like ask them like, "Hey, I'm looking for some plants, maybe some with medicinal properties. Do you have any recommendations?"
You're asking guards this?
Yeah.
Okay, persuasion check. Oh my god.
It's not a one.
It's not bad. Yeah, the first one you speak to, you see her looking over you, like, almost like, is this guy serious? But because you don't have your illusion anymore and you are covered in leaves, it's like, okay, I guess he is serious. I don't really know about medicinal plants and whatever. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just not an authority on it, I guess, and I don't know where you would find that. I mean, way over in the North Ward, there's some, like, herb and exotic plant place that could probably help you out with that, but I don't know specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Sure is off of that.
Watches him and the team walk off, and it's just like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, we're kind of walking, like I said, unless anyone's like, that guy looks trustworthy. Let me ask that guy.
Amazing.
So as we're walking, I think Helda would just be still on alert about the man of darkness in the window.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check for that as well.
Perception, you said?
Yes.
One memento.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is something I'm good at. I'm assuming I should, get a good number here. Let's see.
I mean, that's just the best way to guarantee a bad one is say that.
Don't say those things out loud. The dice will hear you.
Pretty
but
much.
as you are looking around, you are noticing that your team, again, is kind of maintaining attention the whole way through. However, you're relieved that none of it seems to be malicious at the moment. Or at least if there is anything that feels like it could be a little bit off, they don't seem to tail you or seem to stay nearby. It simply seems to be like a passing moment in which they notice
Okay.
you make eye contact with them, and then they kind of go about their business in the opposite direction of any kind. You
All right.
are relieved.
Can I tell if it's because we're traveling with a 8-foot plus man here and a dragon woman, or if it's because of something else?
For that, you can give me just a history check, actually. History.
His story, yes.
History. I think you're pretty good at those too, right? Yeah. Okay,
Wow.
nice. Very nice. Just kind of putting some pieces together. That wasn't a figure that you have seen before. Not that you got a lot of details, but like it was still kind of new-ish for you. And the person you did mention was, or meet at least, was a very important person, Bakaris, and did mention that some sort of eyes seem to have been on him. So you're kind of wondering if that figure was directly tied to him and not you guys, and that your keen senses just happened to notice it at the time. But whatever that figure had to do in being in that room, I think Helda would kind of figure that it probably wasn't because you were there. It's probably because Bakaris was there.
Okay. Cool. All right, then really, okay. To her, that would be, okay, we're theorizing right now. Maybe don't share this yet. But okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
But so you are pensive as you guys are walking around, but the rest of the team headed on over. This kind of area is very busy, as we have plenty of people, lots more shops than it is residential areas in this part of Waterdeep. But you are able to, with the help of some guards giving you direction, as well as noticing that most of these shops are not necessarily of the sort of like plant and herb variety. Goddamn, plant. I fully imagine that's how Ryland. If Ryland is walking that way, the rest of the team needs to be like jogging to catch up. Because you are very tall and you have very big strides.
And basically, the only thing that we could really keep up with are like the street signs, where to go. Like that's what your guys focusing on.
55. I'm fine.
Oh yeah, that's true. The monk would be fine.
Yeah.
But in general, there's a GIF of power walkers in Discord, and just imagining an 8-foot man power walking, like you just fucking take off. Goddamn. But anyway,
My favorite is how quickly they walk out of the store with their bags.
I didn't even catch that. I was too busy. The hip motion is killing me. It's just a lot of hips. Anyway, you guys are able to head over, no problem there. But by the time you get there, I think Ryland would, of course, be happy to be in the environment of a area that has some plants on display. But I think you would initially kind of be a little, not disappointed, but initially comparing it to what you're used to, which is the roots and dose is really nice, and that's nice because where you come from is as lush as possible. This is an industrial city, and when you get to this spot, there are plants, there's some potted plants around, and like most of them are very, very healthy and very well taken care of, but it's not as lush as you may have preferred, because even with roots and dose, it's kind of like climbing up the walls, it's hanging from the ceilings, like it is ensconced. This feels more like, not a prim and proper, but like each pot has its little spot, and like they don't really tangle with each other. It's neat and it's organized. And the store itself is pretty large, but it's heavily manicured. Pretty much, yeah, and almost isolated in some ways. Like they're not sort of mingling with each other. But as you step in, there are a few people who are already there as well. But you do notice a sort of older human woman behind the counter. And as you come in, you see her kind of raise her hand for a moment and just watch your head on the way in. You're a big one.
Oh, I'm very used to it. Hello.
Hello. What can I help you with?
I'm hoping to find some plants with maybe some medicinal properties, but that one over there looks amazing. And I think he's just gonna eyeball a couple that aren't native to Kamatha Kamane to add to the collection.
The collection, yeah.
So I imagine he's probably already has like 3 or 4 plants by the time he makes it back to her.
Yeah, just like as you see, the first one she kind of starts to explain a little bit, and it's just like, that one is good in the shit. Oh, okay, and we'll talk when you're done. It's kind of like patiently waits for you to like collect whatever you need.
And he's gonna say, these are lovely. Do they have names?
Well, this is an what do you mean? So you're kind of like staring at you. Oh, no, I don't. You can name them though, if you would like.
Okay. I'll have to talk to him later. I'm kind of in a hurry. I gotta meet my friend later. Do you have any other plants that might be, helpful to make into a salve or maybe some teas out of? And
well, I admit most of my collection are for perhaps aesthetics or cleaner air, as we are in this city. But there are a few if you're careful, you could make some teas with the collection of the leaves. That is, they're difficult to harvest sometimes, and if you break them, you'll have a very strong brew. What are you looking for specifically? Any or?
Anything you have. I understand that it's unfortunately not as lush here as normal.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
but,
no, I'm sorry. That was not meant to offend. And he's just gonna kind of gesture to his armor.
You see her kind of looking over your armor. It's just, yes, you're not from here, are you?
No, ma'am.
Can we make tea out of that?
Out of what?
She's pointing at his armor.
Oh,
You would know that we do.
Yeah, he makes it out of parts of the magic tea is made out of.
Oh, Kit did not know that. Okay.
No, it's fine. No worries.
Okay. Which plants are good for air purifying? Did you say?
Oh yes. We have some the sort of. Because you see her stop to think and then look at the very large man. It's just. They're kind of small trees, but you should be able to carry that no problem.
Yeah.
And you're able to see that there are some that they have a decently sized pot, it's about a foot or so in height, and there's sort of a long stalk that is covered in bark, and then the top of it is just manicured into a perfectly spherical round shape. But it is very lush in that shape and size. But that one in particular is wonderful, and it flowers. It's one of my favorites.
Great. Brylan, what do you think of that? I kind of like it.
We'll take it.
Okay.
Nirja picks up the pot and brings it over to the table.
Nirja, thankfully you're a strong girl, so it's not a problem for the weight of it. But as soon as you raise it, you can just feel the whole fucking tree at your mercy essentially. Yeah. But as mentioned, you are very strong, so you kind of pick it up and just steady yourself.
Helda, what about you? What would you like?
Never been to a plant person.
Well, are there any, then she looks up at the shopkeep. Are there any plants that are either flashy or shiny or something
Doubt it.
What? I'm sorry?
Doubt it.
Yeah, well, let's just ask. So are there any plants like that you have?
I do have some that are shiny, but there's almost a film on it that is shiny. They aren't. You see her look over the goggle-wearing treasure hunter, and it's just maybe not in your particular field of shiny, but still. You see her kind of motion over to a smaller bush. You can recognize it. It looks kind of like the holly leaves. The ends come to points, and the leaves themselves are kind of almost plasticky in a way, very firm but shiny in some way. That's probably about as shiny as it gets.
Would you like a plant like that, Hilda, or have a look around the shop, see if there's something that
she would be looking for something small she could stick in her room and take care of. Basically, is there some form of cactus in there?
Or inch plants?
You do not see a cactus in this.
Unfortunate.
But but
you are able to see. In my room personally, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can find one in the desert city, but here is a little more difficult.
Okay.
But there are plenty of smaller plants. One in particular you can see is probably the only one that isn't made, as mentioned before, made to kind of stay in its own space, but is instead kind of spilling over the edge of one of her desks. It's probably about 2 feet long or so. Lots of leaves coming out of it. They seem to be kind of a deeper green towards the base of the leaf, but as it extends towards the end, it's a little bit more a yellowish almost. It's very difficult to kill this guy. If you are looking perhaps for a first-time plant or one that can survive for some time, this might be a good option for you.
Okay.
I immediately pictured someone going, Firebolt. I wasn't that hard to kill.
Oh my god.
I don't know what you're talking about, lady.
Murdered a plant. Oh my god. Can we just talk about how adorable it is that Ryland was like, I want to go to the plant store, and and suddenly like you're just holding like a bush, and now Helda's like, I need a plant too. Adorable.
Okay, so presuming they're getting those two, and that tea plant sounds delightful. I think I have a way to coax the plants or the leaves off it.
Sure.
How much is it?
Just for the 3?
And all the extra stuff that he picked up along the way.
Okay. I think with everything's a gold and 4 silver, please.
And he'll all right. And he'll say the little pig appear, whatever the magic words are, and he'll ask it for the money.
Persuasion check.
And you're just like encouraging him, like, yeah,
You got this. Oh gosh. Nice. I feel like you always roll garbage with this pig. I'm very glad that's not the case this time. But you ask, and like partially it might have been because you asked for a smaller amount of gold this time that it was like, I can do that. But you don't really get any fuss. As soon as the magic piggy bank pops out of its shape and that recognizes your request, kind of slowly lowers its mouth and opens, and you watch as exactly 1 gold first comes out, and then after a slight pause, 1, 2, 3, 4 silver pieces come out as well.
Thank you, little guy. I believe that's enough.
That is exactly the payment, yes, thank you. It has been a pleasure.
Likewise. Have you any issues growing any of these beauties?
No.
I think she's okay.
I wouldn't be selling them if I was struggling in maintaining them.
Would you like a little boost?
You put your plant into magic bag? I'm just confirming.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You did?
That would have been out of
Okay.
habit, yeah.
No, I'm just making sure because I need to assign that to a number now.
Can
Okay.
can Nirja like see that she's doing this and be like put two and two together and just like put her claw on
If
Helda
it's
and be
happening,
like,
it might be quick. I would say give me a dexterity saving throw.
okay.
To see if you can like.
Next time you pull that plant out, it's gonna be dead. That's how the bag works. So we've confirmed it.
God.
Oh, dang it.
I genuinely think because it's a habit for Helda, it's quick, you know? It's one of those things where it's just like, I don't even think about it, I'm already doing it kind of thing. So you manage to like make contact as soon as you watch it disappear into the bag.
Did I? Okay.
Oh, that
Yeah.
for the habit. I'm sorry.
Do you want to? Let's get you a second one.
Maybe don't. I'll just put it back in there. Okay.
Well, I can hold it with the tree.
You're holding a tree. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we'll hold.
It's leave it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. You just seem so happy about the plant.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. So she like shimmies the pot off the desk. Thank you.
Would you like me to cast a boon on your plants?
A boon on my... No, you're very sweet, thank you. I
think my friend Vhalen calls it a tip. You're supposed to tip.
Supposed to...
He
No, you don't need to tip.
He just really wants to because you've been so kind and so helpful. Right, Raylan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
He also
persuasion
enjoys it.
check. If you want, you can both roll one.
I want hers to roll one.
Okay, all right. Persuasion, Wendy. You know, my persuasion is as good as yours. Oh, I have a +1.
Persuading the plant lady.
Oh, come on.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, that's it.
Oh no.
That's
God damn. As you are saying this, you see her kind of like, I don't need. And then I think she kind of lingers on just like the sweet demeanor of Rylan, just innocently, happily holding all these plants. All right, sure, I will take your boon.
Cast plant growth.
I fucking knew it. Jesus Christ. Okay, so. Oh my goodness! I'm just making sure. Yeah. You all simultaneously watch in the span of 6 seconds as this beautifully curated room of plants that were not encroaching on each other's space is immediately destroyed by plants encroaching everything's space. Her neat desk, like the plants that were kind of like gently cascading, but in a very specific direction, have now kind of like scattered over her. And you watch as she kind of pulls some of the documents off the table as the plants kind of encroach even onto where she had her stuff. Like it became an absolutely covered environment in the span of 6 seconds. But all the plants are looking lush as fuck. It's to the point where you're standing, you have to be a little careful when you leave. You might step on some of the.
How big did that tree that you're attempting to carry out of here get?
Yeah, exactly.
A tree.
I was just gonna ask that. Like,
You in particular, you notice that like it has been pruned to make sure it maintained such a shape. You watch as kind of like that thin stalk that was bark covered actually starts growing leaves and sprouting from the full length of it, even up to the top. And I think for Helda, you watch as Nirja slowly disappears behind the size of this small tree. It caps out at about like 6 or 7 feet tall, like above your head. But the width of it is like 2 or so feet. But it is just Nirja holding a pot and then tree from the waist up.
great.
The best part is I don't think Riley's gonna pick up on the awkwardness, and he's gonna be like, "Thank you for your help."
Like,
You okay, Nurture?
clutching her documents. Just gonna
Yeah, I'm fine.
come again.
Yeah, yeah, it's his way of showing appreciation, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you. And
The bag of holding is safe for the plants, right? They're not gonna like freeze in there and die.
How are you getting that plant out the door?
I know. She's gonna have to like squat or something like that outside of the door and like lean it to the.
Carrying a whole ass tree. Okay.
Yeah,
You're starting to notice that part of the reason this plant was like manicured so much was because it does have some thorns in it, in which you are very relieved that you are a scaly creature because it's really not doing much to you. It's just kind of like you can feel it scratching, but it's really not like uncomfortable. But you are covered pretty much.
Cool. I
Do you
should
think this
name
spell
it.
affected the plant in my bag?
I don't think so. Your bag seems to be its own
It
universe.
now covers 2 numbers instead of 1.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god.
But yeah, don't touch this.
Amazing.
It's as
Mhm.
prickly as my great uncle. Don't do that. I
Does
should
the
name
bag
it.
of holding kill plants?
Over time, yeah, absolutely.
Like in the amount of time that it's gonna take us to get back with that kill a plant?
Yeah. Well, if you put it in right before you teleport, no. If you put it in now and by the time you leave, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think you can fit that
Oh,
tree in a bag of holding.
No,
You can't fit the tree in the bag.
no,
of
Yes,
she's
though.
carrying
Wow.
it.
You're just to carry this
He's
tree.
carrying the tree. She knew that something like this was going to happen, so she's
Oh,
just like,
my
I'm resigned to it. I'm just
On the way back, Riley will be like, "Do you want to trade plants?"
It's
a little bit
okay.
better.
It's all right.
Okay.
This is my plant. I guess I'll name it after my great uncle because they share a lot of the same characteristics. I guess.
They're large and scaly.
Large, scaly, prickly.
Uh huh.
I think it
A
was his
burden on
hip.
you?
No. Fortunately, no. Well,
Okay,
this is
okay.
not really a burden, but good metaphor.
Okay.
I think it was his hip that bothered him, made him really grumpy all the time, prickly. But
This tree has a bad hip too.
I don't think this tree has hips. I don't think it has a skeleton.
Do you
What?
have a bad hip tree?
Do you want to? Are you talking to it? Okay,
Yes.
hold on. She's gonna
You
like move
are,
the tree in
muted.
front of her. You're muted, Foos.
Right, you're right. I was clearing my throat many times. Your thing is speech of beast and leaf, right? So it's again like you
Yes.
could talk at them. Okay, so please give me a persuasion check.
We're also walking to the meeting point right now, right?
Yeah.
I'm just
Yes, I
making that
imagine
clear.
you're
Okay,
walking
all
and
right.
doing this.
100%.
Absolutely.
With a big
Yeah.
fucking ass tree. Yeah, exactly, Agnes. That's exactly
Big
what's
fucking
happening.
ass tree.
Big fucking ass tree.
Where is it? I don't see it on my thing right now, but I know it's there. You said persuasion?
Yes, please.
Boop.
Okay, nice. Okay, so you're asking if it has a bad hip, right? That's what I'm hearing?
Yeah, because
Okay.
that's what Helda's asking. So I was like, oh, let's ask. Do you have a bad hip?
Give me an insight check as this tree starts to kind of shimmy in response because you don't get a verbal response. So this is you seeing if you can understand what the heck this tree is saying. Okay. This tree is in shock as it suddenly quadrupled in size. But seems rather robust and healthy.
No, I don't think it has a bad hip. It looks like
that's good.
it's
Okay.
it's still getting used to its new size.
You are also getting a question of what is a hip through this body language, and it seems very happy to be large. It's a thick tree.
I assume it'd be the area where your roots like change from trunk to root. Maybe I don't know what a hip would be for a plant, but for me it's this, and I'll point to his hip.
Does the tree have eyes for this, or?
The tree like pauses and then shimmies again.
What's it
It's been a whirlwind
saying?
of a day.
He'll finish it up with like, also, my friend here would like to, there it is, would like to name you after her great uncle. Insert name here. Is that a pleasing name for you?
She hasn't told you though.
It just kind of, as much as a tree can, shrugs. Which essentially you watch as like both the left and the right side just like rises and then lowers at the same time.
Okay. Well, as soon as I know what that name is, I'll let you know. And if you don't like it, just well, you have thorns. You can prick if you don't like it.
Continues to shimmy. You walk back with your overgrown plants. And what was before like neat, pots that you were holding are also like just have fully flourished. It's not nearly as inconvenient as Parnirja, who has been taken over by this tree. But Helda, without a doubt, you guys are getting everyone's attention now, and it's getting a little bit harder for you to tell why.
I think she would voice this now, like, okay, we were getting some attention earlier. You got more of it now.
Yeah, that.
Might be the big man. Might be the big man.
How many plants have you seen in this place? Nobody has plants here. They're all worried about cobblestone and.
I think that's a big assumption to make. I think we're unusual.
You should get more plants. It helps clean the air and makes you feel better.
I think they're very busy, Ryland. As correct as you are.
For the rest of the trip, if he catches anybody like giving an awkward look, he's just promoting the shop where he got it from.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Go. Give me another persuasion check for this nonsense.
You're just going to agree and support. Agree and support and nod and be like, yeah.
No one can see Nirja's face, but it's just like in the tree. You hear Nirja just
This is a weird trait of goodness. I don't like it.
Why is it for non-because we roll so well?
Exactly. You're rolling so well for plants and fish, but when it's like I need
For
to
filler
talk to a
episodes.
person.
It's not important.
Difficult terrain.
There's a good like half of the people who are just kind of starstruck by what the fuck is walking through their city, but the other half are like, shit, man, we should go visit Myra's. That's crazy. Look at this. It's an interesting. Nobody is not paying attention to you, but half of them are making plans to go visit. Nonsense. Amazing. But yes, you guys are heading on through. Oh, sorry. Was there anything else?
No, we're just headed to the Watchful Order. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
exactly. I was just gonna say, like, I feel like in situations like this, we would roll well enough to where we could like get a plant army to go after the Soul Seeker dragon. Like that's how well we're doing right now.
God.
The dragon appears. It's just a forest. It's like, ah!
Yeah, basically, like
All of the leaves shake menacingly.
Yes, and then the tree starts slapping it to the ground, like. Oh my god.
Oh goodness. Okay, so Team Plant. on the way to the Watchful Order. In which case, I'll very quickly come to the Gith Yankee brothers, just because I imagine they're just heading back to the Watchful Order as well anyway. But in case there's anything Vhalen wanted to do or discuss on the way, you can have a little moment.
No, I think he was just gonna chill and walk over there, think about some stuff.
Okay.
As he always is wont to do, but I don't think he's doing anything specific. It's just him and Kevin chilling for walking.
I think Kevin will kind of ask you as you're walking through, but do you miss the city at all?
Sometimes. It's
like what?
I just the diversity, I think. In terms of, and not just like in the people, just like in terms of everything that is on offer here. It's one of the biggest cities as far as I know, and it's good. Wizards need a lot of things. we're kind of a needy group. We need books, we need materials, we need knowledge, we need places to experiment. The city takes care of most of that. It's relatively safe. I did not get jumped by demons as often as I did in Kimatha Kimene. I like Kimatha Kimene, don't get me wrong. I think that's
we haven't been here for that long. I think if we are, someone's going to give you some trouble, right?
Maybe. I was here for 6 months studying.
Yeah, but you were in the Watchful Order. That seems like a pretty locked down kind of place.
I don't plan on settling in the slums if we came back here, but
I guess so. Yeah.
It'd be close to there. But no, it's got its own attitude. I like it. I don't know if I like it more than Kimatha Kimene, but I do miss it sometimes.
I guess my question is also a matter of like, if you had to settle down somewhere, where do you find yourself staying? Think you'd come back here, or
no,
stay
it's
somewhere
too
else?
much. No, it's too much stuff going on here all the time. I want like a good old fashioned tower, probably close to where Vhalen's going to be, so I can keep an eye on him and his people.
Like a tower in the forest?
Hey!
I might disguise it as a tree, but yeah, it'll be a tower.
A tree tower.
Something like that.
We're just
Trees kind of are towers if you think about it.
Not for people.
You haven't seen some of the trees I have, but yes.
Oh, okay. Sure. I do. I imagine you've seen more trees than I have.
Part of me also wants to stay in the astral or have like a little astral pocket dimension where I could just study forever and then come back into said tower. I'll figure it out.
Boy, I think I've overheard your friends being very concerned about you not sleeping and stuff, and if you just have access to the astral whenever you want, I feel like that would get worse for their concerns.
But think about all that I could accomplish.
Sure, you probably could accomplish a lot, but if you're settled down, hopefully you don't have to accomplish much. You can just hang out, right?
There's always things to improve, always threats to mitigate. Potential next generations. I do have a son that would need raising.
Oh boy. If you have a son, I'll be the best uncle in the world. Just putting that out there.
I do have one, and you are an uncle.
Oh shit! I gotta get started. Can you drop me off in the forest?
I mean, I could, but no one's there.
No, I'm kidding. It's fine. Maybe I'd find them. Who knows? Anyway, cool. Well, if you have a Gith Yankee son, then, or daughter, whatever. Either way. Boy. Interesting to think about that too, also. Cool. Let's make sure we all survive this, right? I guess.
Yeah. What are your plans? Can't just go. None. You have no plan.
Before, everything was Vlakith, but that has changed.
All right. Have you put any thought into it?
No.
Probably should.
There's kind of a big task on the agenda right now, and I think I'll deal with that first.
Don't get me wrong.
Everything else after.
Plenty on our plate, but I think it's important to have a finish line as well.
All right, I'll think about it, I guess. But for now, it's make sure no one dies. None of the good guys die. That is, we have a lot of people to kill, so those guys die for sure. Us not die.
100% agree. I think, yeah, it's good to have something to fight for and think about what you want. Ultimately,
Makes sense.
I mean, or we could be true Gith and spend our retirement chopping the heads off of Gake till the end of our days.
I would not complain at all. That sounds like a wonderful time. You have to kill one.
I do.
You're behind all of your siblings.
I know. You know, they're not really that common here.
Yeah.
At least above ground, from what I've heard.
I mean,
So-
we could have killed two at the party immediately.
That would have been a
would've
diplomatic
immediately
event.
gotten you.
Yeah.
But they were there, and like I
They were
said,
there.
you're behind on the count, so
Yeah.
just keeping that in mind. That's all.
Yep. I appreciate you letting me know that my passage to adulthood has not yet been complete. Thank you.
No problem.
You're still a baby.
There's just some aspects of the gift culture that has not fully been beaten out of Kevin yet. You guys are able to walk and continue onward. No problem. Which will bring us to our sea dwelling Kuroso right now, as you are down there. I did have you roll I think it was a perception. to see
Perception.
what
I
you
got a
would find
25,
down
but I
there.
was just looking at the time and thinking, I don't know if there's an upper scale on what I'm gonna see with a perception. But in theory, I could add a D20 to it if I really wanted to find some stuff.
If you do want to, you got what did you get, a 20?
25. It wasn't a bad roll.
25. Yeah, you
I
already
was
got
like,
25.
theoretically, I could push it into the stratosphere. I just don't know if there's any value to that.
You could, essentially, if you did, you would essentially get like a list of things that you could find and would otherwise, if so wanted, could more or less kind of pick up from down there. But you, right now, it's a pretty good pool at the moment.
Yeah, I assume it's not going to get a ton better. I just also don't think there's a ton I'm going to be rolling on for the rest of the night. Just making that evaluation. So let's just say fuck it. And then we're going to get jumped by demons. I'm like, shit, I should have saved that D20.
I'm gonna get jumped by demons the second you walk out. Jesus.
That's only a 43. I don't know. You tell me.
It's a 40-fucking-3. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. I genuinely had some like ridiculous things because I was like, I know you're gonna jump into the water, so we're gonna see if there's anything that is like fun down here for you to find. There is plenty of kind of like refuse and boxes or like barrels, like storage that has been like either thrown overboard. A few like smaller boats that have gone down for whatever reason, maybe like a dinghy to get to a boat or whatever. But the further out you get, the more easy it is to see things that don't kind of blend in with the environment, especially because there is a little bit less kind of traffic and movement and such. But mostly you kind of start noticing that there are various like rocks and such around here and like boxes that have been discarded in this area that do seem to have like barnacles kind of all over them. And in which case there are also plenty of like crabs and such kind of crawling over them. But there's one spot in particular that your keen eye notices. It looks like it's covered in barnacles, but nothing else is interacting with it. And also barnacles themselves, they do move, and you're seeing the rest of them kind of like shift about, but there's like a slender like sliver of a space within that is not moving at all. You kind of spot that from a distance, and the kind of like closer that you get to it, you start to notice sort of a gleam beneath the barnacles that don't seem to be moving right now.
Well, let's head for that.
Yeah, you head on over, and as you get closer, you start to notice that it looks like it's vaguely in the shape of some kind of weapon. And the closer you get, the more you're kind of closing in on it. It looks like it's a sword, but just kind of like covered in barnacles that aren't moving right now.
I guess I'll just check. Like, excuse me, this is a rude question. Are you alive?
There's no response.
Just poke at it.
The brief moment of contact that you make, the barnacles attached to it kind of open up for a second and emit a dim light. But the moment you kind of retract your hand, the barnacles close again and no light is emitted.
Interesting. And I'm just kind of like pick it up in the palms.
And you kind of find yourself looking at a blade. And even as you're holding this, you watch as all the barnacles that were kind of along the sword edge of it start to kind of like skitter and retract back down to the handle and the hilt, which seems to kind of reinforce it a little bit. And you find yourself holding what looks to be a long sword, with the blade itself just pristine magic, clearly, metal that has been just untouched. But as you kind of hold it, the barnacles in your palm seem to kind of shift and move and glow slightly, giving you about 20 or so feet of dim light under the water.
Just kind of like look at it for a minute, just swing it a couple times, just like can.
As you kind of swing it, you are starting to notice like there seems to be kind of like almost like a greenish like essence that kind of flows with your swings here. But as they don't seem to kind of like make contact with anything, they kind of swirl in the water and then kind of dissipate immediately. And you just kind of recognize that this is clearly magic in some way, but the extent of its abilities, you're not entirely sure. But certainly just swinging it, you're noticing some kind of greenish after effect.
So I'll carry this with me and just continue checking out like nooks and crannies and things and
yeah, you got a fucking ridiculous.
Saying hello and
roll me just a d20.
Oh, I don't need to find anything
No,
else.
because you rolled a 25 and then you rolled an 18.
There it is. There it is, ladies and gents.
That's amazing. Okay. As you are looking around, you also start to notice what looks like kind of like a small carving of like a wooden thing. From the distance that you're seeing it, it also doesn't seem to have any wildlife attached to it, but it seems kind of like nestled in between like some of the plant life that is here, some of like the seaweed and such. But it looks wooden, and knowing that it's wooden, you've seen other boxes and stuff here, they have deteriorated. Like this is not a place for that, but this wood from the distance looks nice. It looks pristine and untouched, just kind of nestled in that little patch of vegetation.
Well, then we'll check that out too.
Yeah, you head on over and you kind of reach for it, and you realize that it is a wooden carving of what looks to be like a small like totem almost, the head of which is very fish-like. And I think just because of your background, obviously you are not in an area where there are a lot of other fish creatures, but you've heard of. This looks like it's the head of a kuatoa, if you had to guess, on some kind of wooden totem of some kind. This also looks like it's magic of some kind, but you're not entirely sure what it does.
Kuatoa can be trouble, but let's see. How big is this thing?
It's not terribly large. It's probably like 8 or so inches. Hello, magical misfits.
Hello.
Another raid. Thank you very much. Our resident druid is deep sea diving and finding small wooden carvings under the water. But we had a wonderful stream. Thank you so much. One day we're gonna return it. Oh jeez.
One day.
Listen.
I was thinking that as I was describing it, I was like, this is gonna sound really terrible. But welcome in. A
You're not
wooden
alone.
carving.
I also came at 8 or so inches. Anyway, I'm gonna retrieve this object.
No.
So you now have this barnacle blade and this wooden totem in your possession, but that's more or less what you're able to immediately find. Any conversations you'd like to continue having with fish or wildlife is very easily done.
I mean, there's also like a time component where I probably shouldn't be down here forever.
Yeah. Yep.
So, you know, I'll start heading back and, again, be friendly with wildlife on the way back. And the way back will also be an adventure for me and fun times. I was going to figure out, I jumped off a dock. I'm like, how you probably just have to walk up on the beach, I guess.
You have to kind of like walk up along like the side of the dock and then like catch up with it, which is not a problem. But because your persuasion roll was bananas to talk to some of these like fish and such, you definitely walk out with like a few crabs like on your shoulders and stuff, just kind of like unwilling to leave immediately as you break the water and come on
It is
out.
no burden for me to carry you, but I am leaving the ocean, so you will not be. It will be very dry. So you are welcome to come with me, but it will not be the most comfortable you have ever been.
There's kind of like long pause, and like the more you walk, you kind of feel them like slowly descending from your shoulders, crawling off of you. But by the time you get back to civilization, there's only one, and it just kind of seems to like notice the busyness of whatever's going on. You're seeing its kind of like black eyes darting around before it also kind of starts working its way off of you and skittering along the dock before jumping in.
Right, now where was that wizard's tower? Just probably have to ask some locals, but start making my way there.
Give me a survival check.
I mean, I'm not bad at those. I mean, I roll bad, but I'm not bad at them.
You do, yes. In theory, you're not bad. Not a great roll. However, it's not too bad, thankfully. You have been to that spot before, and thankfully it was a kind of a direct route here. So you're, in a way, it's more like you backtracking. But with a little bit of help from locals and stuff, you might be like 2 minutes late or so, but it's pretty negligible. You're able to make your way back with just a sword and a wooden carving, but you're able to head on over. To which case I would say the team, you guys are meeting back at the Watchful Order. I don't know, were you guys kind of planning to meet outside of it, or are you heading inside?
Are we heading inside of the tree, or?
Ryland's definitely waiting for Vhalen.
We are.
I didn't think the rest of us would go in. She didn't like us being in there.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
absolutely
that's
not.
what I figured.
We're not. Unless you absolutely need to go in there, Vhalen will probably
Okay.
attempt to veto any attempt to go in.
Right, so you guys are staying outside of it, so not a problem. Oh, we gotta stretch, guys. I feel like it's been a while since we've had a stretch routine.
Yeah, a stretch
Okay,
or
arms
a
up in the air.
what do you call it? A stretch or a posture check or hydrate?
Yeah, posture check. Oh my goodness, I got a backpack from that
Nobody
one.
cares if we have good posture, if our joints are feeling good, or if we get enough water. They don't love us
Thanks.
anymore. Oh,
Now we got hydrate.
I ran
Do I have this ginormous iced tea here?
Ooh, whoa.
Hey, thank you.
Nice.
And now we got a posture check. Does the fee fit? This is the fee. Does the tree fit through the door? Thankfully, they don't have to go through the door. And yes, now we're good. Thank you. We got all three. We got them. Don't forget to check your posture, boys.
Listen, I had
It's
to
just
get
tree. It's not-
hydration.
It's more like 8-foot tree now.
It is like an 8-foot tree. 8 is the number that I stuck to twice now, it seems. But yeah, you guys are able to head on over. I think the Gith brothers were closest and did leave earliest, so they are probably there first. Shortly followed by Team Plants, in which case, Vhalen, it's really not hard to see the walking tree that is Nirja, and Ryland as well, with lush-looking plants. And then it's about 2 minutes or so before Kiroso comes back with a sword and a wooden carving that you don't remember him ever having. Toast. Hello, Toast.
Toast!
Oh my goodness,
Cute
it's
little
Toasty
bastard.
Clock. Yeah. Toasty Toast. It's Cat O'Clock.
Who also bites.
Vhalen, I meant to
Time.
ask.
Okay.
Sorry, what's up?
Vhalen, I meant to ask. Did she say anything about my bag?
No.
Why?
Mainly because I didn't ask. But
You said you would.
I'll ask her now. She's very business oriented, and you guys threw that off entirely. Part of growing up is knowing when to ask certain questions. I admittedly am pretty bad at this, but I can tell that was probably not a great time. But I will ask about your bag. I do want to just stress that regardless of what she says, it's all conjecture until we actually do some actual testing.
Okay. What kind of
See,
testing?
there's that 3 things thing that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, do it 3 times.
Actually, Kuroso says not to pull anything out of it.
I mean,
It might be
considering what happened last time, I don't disagree with him. But
What'd you find?
what do you mean? What did I find?
Not you, Kuroso.
What did I find? Do you have a? That is an entire tree. What is happening?
Well, there's you pick that one out.
I did.
I admit it is impressive that you can carry it, but the fact that they were selling a tree of that size, expecting you to carry it home, is
Oh no, it wasn't like that. It didn't start like that.
Nope, it didn't start like this.
I'll just put together. Like, I know what spell does that. I guess
Stares at Ryland.
my concern.
I was really hoping she was going to say no.
My concern is this: if you have forgotten, my method of getting us back to Kimetic Imane is to drop us in the center of the infinite. That is my portal home.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be carrying a well over 7-foot tree in the middle of the it will be underwater.
Yeah, but last time you just made us like walk on the water.
I
assume
can
that
do
was
this
gonna
again,
happen. Yeah.
but it will not be. It is not immediate. There will be a moment or
Yeah,
several.
plants like water.
They do not like.
Do you
to
want
be
some water,
drowned.
Mr. Tree? Or Miss Tree?
Actually, yeah, I meant to ask.
Are you
Can you ask his pronouns?
I don't know that it knows.
I
think just-
that it is a treat. They do not have the sapience required to be of concern about this. Okay, I found this sword that was covered in barnacles, and most of them retreated to reveal this blade, and also a carving. The ocean is different from the infinite, but pleasant. The fish here are very friendly.
Oh, that's good.
So the
Surprising.
plants.
Did you check that sword for any kind of not nice magical properties?
I have no way of doing this.
I do.
You do? Oh.
That's yep. I'm gonna leave you to that. None of you are allowed in here, especially not with that tree.
I have a
using
letter,
your-
sir.
I think she
Identify?
Let me see.
Okay. Are you using your identify on your goggles?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. You would immediately find out that this is called the Sword of Barnacles. It is a long sword, and when it hits anything, it does an extra 1d6 of acid damage. However, it also prevents any creature struck with this weapon from regaining hit points until the end of its next turn.
Okay.
Damn.
Barnacles are no joke. They fucking hurt.
Apparently.
You know that the sword is made out of it, basically. It's like,
Well,
ooh,
the hilt is made of them.
extra
Yeah.
slicey.
Extra slicey. Yeah. That's how I describe swords, is extra slicey.
No, barnacles, not
No,
swords.
I know, but
barnacles.
like, just like it's a barnacle sword, like hilarious. Okay, anyway. That's what you gather from the barnacle.
Ooh.
Barnacle.
Turning it over and looking at it.
You're not getting that sword back. But all right, give me just a moment.
Just don't put it in the bag, Hilda.
She was about to do that. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
just don't.
Here you go.
don't.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I think. Well, I didn't have to give her anything, right? We just want to talk. I think. Yeah,
What?
I don't know. You won't let us in there.
you're not going.
You won't let us in there. Oh my god. I
So
want
we
to
have-
go in and you keep booting me out.
We have to. So
I
you're
have an
gonna go.
invite, sir.
You're gonna go inside, and we're staying out here. That's what's happening.
For a couple minutes. It should. I imagine this won't take long.
Remember to
10 at the
ask
most.
about the bag.
How long did Foozca last?
Kevin detected her pretty much immediately.
Damn it.
Oh, you mean when you? Yeah, no, she was like. I didn't know a dog could do like somersaults, but I saw her like between some of the barrels when she was
We
moving. So
talked about this. You gotta be more sneaky.
I'm so sneaky.
No.
See, I'm so sneaky. Got me.
I mean, as far as Lucy's concerned, she wasn't spotted until the way back.
Yeah.
Also, she didn't roll terribly. It's just his passive perception is pretty good. So, but yes, Vhalen, you head back inside to speak with her, I'm assuming?
Yep.
All right. As you head in, you immediately notice that there are two like smaller boxes on her desk that you don't remember being there when you guys were having a conversation. But as you step in, you see kind of the animated armors as expected in the environment before she turns her attention towards you again. Oh, so this means you're leaving soon, right?
Pretty much immediately after our meeting, actually, unless you need me to stay.
No, I do not. I was able to secure a couple of things before you leave that may be able to help you.
Thank you.
I need to stress that this is on loan, and I need both back.
On loan, need both back. Understood.
Great. In one, you will find a sort of almost like a dart. You can use it in anything that can perhaps shoot a dart, but you can also use it with your hands. For a short period of time, it'll just make it a little bit easier for you and your companions to hit something. It only works a certain amount of times, though, and if you use its remaining energy, there is a chance that it will be destroyed. So, please be cautious as you use this. The other is we were able to unearth a sword specifically used for dragons. You may have heard of it as the Dragon Slayer sword. It hits them a little bit harder than usual. You're welcome to use that as well, but again, I need both to return when you're done.
As soon as they're done, I will absolutely bring them back.
You will find both in the boxes on my desk.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I have a couple of questions for you.
Of course.
When we kill this creature that has accumulated souls and potentially bodies, what do you think is going to happen?
I'm not sure on the details of how it's storing both the souls and the bodies, but much like any other dragon horde, I imagine it would be up for grabs. Whatever that looks like is up to our imaginations right now.
Would it be unethical to attempt to capture them, or do we just let them meander there? I mean, given what's happening with souls right now, I feel like...
That is the question, isn't it? But do you have something that could house perhaps thousands of souls within a second?
You know, when you put it like that, no, I don't. And I don't imagine anything other than the most vile of liches do, so...
You totally do.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't. My body bag of holding?
What?
It's Her Majesty.
Thousands of souls?
That was my
It
video.
already does,
It holds a
technically.
million people. It's been so busy. Every time
Yeah,
I've barely interacted with it. I'm like, man, this is crowded up in here.
yeah. I think technically that's
Have you been to the
thing.
Brave District?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh.
The Brave District. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, thank you. That's more or less what I was thinking, but
Helderberg.
the last question is not really for me. But one of my compatriots is in a...
And I'm going to hear it anyway. Yes,
You
continue.
are. I'm sorry. But one of my compatriots believes, well, partially my fault, that their soul is in this bag that they have. And this bag is extremely strange because every time they reach into it, they pull something out that's different. We've seen mundane items to magical items to quite recently a corpse. Yes, it is quite strange.
Did she
And-
put everything into it?
That
The
is a
items that she's
fantastic.
taking.
100% agree with you. That's a very good question to ask. I can only verify one of the things was something that was put, well, that she dealt with. I didn't have any proof of her putting it in there, but it's strange, and I don't know. I have a theory. Oh, all right. Let me hear yours. You were let's say theoretically she put everything in there. She has memory issues, retrograde amnesia,
Right.
So we can't confirm any of this. But let's say she did. What does that look like to you?
That also sounds like magic items, depending on what it is, could be a certain size. And if you pulled out a full body, that would typically take up the full space of any bag of holding, or at least the very limited amount of what's in there. So either way, the space in which it's pulling from sounds as though it's larger than a bag of holding, just on a base.
Oh, absolutely. Level. She pulled out an anvil, like a full-on anvil.
Anvil.
Yes.
I do believe the weight of an anvil would also stress a bag of holding, regardless of other bodies perhaps being in there. Also,
correct.
Who is to say there aren't other bodies in there? It's sounding more like perhaps it's not a bag of holding so much it is... I've heard of certain items that pull from random spaces instead. If there are things that she does recall putting in there, then perhaps she has a bit of control over that as well and is unaware. Does it look like a bag of holding?
It does.
Well, something's certainly wrong with it. And she is convinced her soul is a part of that?
I floated the idea that it is a non-zero possibility. That has been multiplied quite a bit by her. I'm not sure she understands how low non-zero means, but...
It doesn't seem to play by the rules of a bag of holding, which would say that no, that cannot be done. But if it is a strange item that is also doubling as a phylactery, then perhaps her soul is in there. I would venture a guess and say that if something happened to her soul and it was, say, taken out of her body, I'm not sure I'm aware of any kind of sentient creature that would have the forethought to put it in a bag that otherwise deposits anvils and bodies at its free will.
These are all very logical posturings here, and some that I have explored myself. But I thank you for your time and your expertise as usual. I will return these items as soon as I humanly can. And I will brief you as to what happens next.
All right. Don't die.
I'll try my best. Thank you again.
You're welcome. She kind of turns away from you. You can see, like, as she does, there's a sort of, like... over the, like, bag conversation that you guys just had.
Yep.
But, yeah.
All right, he'll come out with the boxes. Pretty much just, Ryland, I'm pretty sure one of these is for you. And Helda, I think you could probably use this one the best.
Ooh, what is?
It's a dart.
Don't put it in the bag.
Do not put this in the bag.
You guys would have noted that actually. The moment she was handed the item, her first inclination was to like reach over and like.
Nope.
You should really leave that bag behind because it is not helpful to have it with you.
No, I just want to stress that these items need to be returned. They're on loan. So, yes, let's go home.
Ooh.
Just before we do, what if we get held a bag and like a working bag of holding? Would the same thing happen?
I don't know, and I'm not really willing to throw gold at it at the moment.
An idea. Why don't you try pulling something out?
No, I'm not doing that here.
I'm not doing that here.
I think Rylan would try.
No, please, because if you pull out another corpse, if we get arrested before we have
to... in there earlier, he saw me do it. Try it.
I know what it feels like. Oh yeah, let me try to find the plant.
Nope, stop.
That is not wise.
What is wrong with you people? Why do you act like maniacs when we come to Waterdeep? Let's just go home and then we can do whatever you want in there.
Oh, Vhalen.
Does he feel a plant?
If you are reaching in and Kemen just watched Vhalen adamantly tell you not, he's going to try and stop your hand. If you want to fight that is a contested roll.
He won't fight.
Oh my goodness.
He will? Sorry?
No, I said he won't.
Okay. I was like, I need to roll.
Feel it before I pull it out, Vhalen.
I'll come here next time by myself.
Cast a teleportation circle.
It's brutal.
Just I gotta find, just an out of the way place. I don't know if this tower is a courtyard we can use or just an alley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad up here. And it's a nice open walkway anyway, so you
So
can
we
kind of
got
like
10
find some
minutes.
space. Okay,
So-
10 minutes of bickering.
How do I protect the tree? Are we just gonna? We have a
as you
couple of
can.
seconds.
That shit's
Okay.
going underwater. That's what's happening. Unless Vhalen wants to use
Maybe
another.
Kevin, maybe Rylan can help you.
Oh yeah, right,
maybe-
Rylan. Can you warn the tree that this is gonna happen? Maybe it should
Absolutely.
hold its breath or something. I don't know how this works.
Are we?
Can I hold this, bro?
Do you know how plants get their oxygen?
Mhm.
That's a trick question. Because they They actually
Kevin-
take
Kevin's
in
just
carbon
rubbing Valen's
dioxide
back.
and they spit out oxygen.
I wasn't there, but you asked this tree if it had a bad hip. I feel like you don't get to have that
I don't-
attitude.
Got it.
Oh my god.
You asked if it had
Oh,
hips.
That was the please, Helda.
Gonna drive me to drink. This is insane.
you guys. So, 10 minutes of drawing out a circle, in which, as soon as it's done, actually, what does it look like as you finish or complete this circle and are getting ready to teleport in the middle of a body of water?
This is, I guess, the second time we've seen it. So I'm drawing the runes out. Essentially, I look for like earth, and just with the tip of the staff, I'm drawing it rather than in chalk with just kind of like lightly. It's grooves, and within a few days, grass will grow if I'm not doing permanent harm. But then the last step is pouring my bottle of like endless decanter of water to like fill it with water from the infinite, and then just kind of like the reverse of a drain. Where it
Like,
swirls
pulls
up until it
instead.
fills, and it's a puddle for, I think it might just be around, maybe it's a minute. I forget how long the
I
thing
think it's
lasts.
around
but,
6 seconds.
it's not long.
Okay.
And then it's just everyone has to fucking cannonball in there.
Cannonball it, amazing. Flandy, you had a question? You were saying?
I meant to ask it last session, and I meant to ask it at the top of this session, and I forgot both times.
Okay.
But
You remember now?
the hour for the hunter's mark would have still been up once we got here initially. Did he feel any pull when
you
we
were
got
here?
in
No.
the city? Okay.
No.
That was it.
Okay, good question. But yeah, everybody has to jump on in, and I imagine everybody does.
Yeah.
And Rusi is way too excited to jump into the water, but she fucking goes flying in. And the rest of you heading in are immediately greeted to the cool, refreshing waters of the infinite instantly. Nirja, you are a very strong individual, so like even while in your armor, and holding onto this tree, you're able to kind of like tread water for a moment, but
Okay.
you're starting to like watch and feel some of the dirt from the pot just kind of
Yeah.
floating out around you as you're
Right.
holding this.
So she's actually gonna go on her back and put the pot like on her chest, and then just start like, kicking her feet and be like, just point me in the right direction.
I mean, there's a solution that's happening very soon. It's just a moment of this.
And it is a few moments as everyone else goes through, and as the last person goes through, I'll just, as I sink in a little bit and just enjoy being in the infinite again, I will, using my innate Triton ability, to say, and we can all walk in water.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes.
Okay.
So with water walk, everybody shoots up to the top, and Nirja, you watch as some of the dirt that was like kind of floating up to you gets like collected back into
Okay.
like.
All right,
there's
good.
a little bit of it that you see kind of like swirling around you that didn't make it back into.
Okay.
You guys rocket up to the top, and are able to walk on the waters, of the infinite once again.
Okay.
Back in the desert, where
Gonna pour
humidity is missing. No, go
Okay,
ahead.
can
Go
we test it out now?
No,
Why?
back in the house because
okay.
we don't know. You could pull out. I don't even want to say it. Get to the home. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Just to be extra sure, because I'd rather a plant not die, and it would to do a nice thing for somebody. I will use shape water to just leach, because that pot is full of water. That's
Yeah.
too much water for a plant.
Oh,
So I'll just pull a good amount of water, but leave like nice damp earth.
okay, yeah.
But it's
yeah,
still
yeah.
most of the water just back.
Not a
into-
problem. You do
Rylan
see,
would have warned them
when
too,
you-
and like
Target.
prior to us going in, Rylan would have warned, "Hey, it's gonna get a little wet.
Okay.
Like somebody accidentally left the water on a little too long. But we'll do our best to dry you out as soon as we can." Not too dry,
Full
just dry.
submerged, and that's the warning.
But you guys, you were able to pull quite a bit of the water out, but you are noticing that, like, Niratu would probably notice is, like, the dirt line was, like, pretty close to the lip when you first got it. It's gone down, like, 4 inches. Like, it's just enough, like, dirt in it for it to be housed.
Okay, all right. I am so sorry. I am very sorry, she says to the plant. Thank you, Kiroso. We probably need to get it more dirt or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, there is plenty of that around, at least.
Okay. Is it upset, Ryland? Is he okay? Is he mad?
Checks in on Plant.
Plant seems startled, but okay.
Everything's fine.
Excellent.
All
right,
so you guys are
let's
heading
go home.
home, right?
Yeah.
Yes, straight home.
Okay.
How much time do we have before the meeting?
You guys probably have like an hour at this point. Let me get you back.
Okay.
Because, oh man, I can't think of her name now because we have so many places here. The shop's on the way home, right?
Kudogoose.
Yes.
Midnight scale.
Kudogoose. So midnight
that-
scale
we need-
before you head home, which is very close. So that's like that's easily on the way, because she's pretty close to the infinite.
And the mace was supposed to be ready at this time?
Yes, it was supposed to be ready in the morning. Yep. If that's all you're picking up, we don't necessarily have to roleplay that. So we could just say that you come pick it up if that was all you needed.
Pick that up, or asked to pick it up.
Yep, not a problem. You already paid for it in advance, so you're good. But yes, your mace comes back. You have a nice little +1.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Um,
And then home, right? Anything else? Just making sure.
trying to think. What
I
did I
mean,
have?
I do have to swing by my parents' house to deliver a whole bunch of fish, but I feel like that's probably an after this.
After, sure, whatever works for you. Oh,
Mostly because I'm like, they're gonna want to like it's been a few days since I said hi. They're gonna want to chit chat, and maybe I'm gonna have dinner. Like they're gonna it'll be an event. You don't just get to swing by your parents' house for 6 minutes.
No,
we
it
have
won't.
things to do.
Especially like either not knowing and finding out that you were under attack of some kind, or knowing that you were attacked recently and seeing you again and being like, we should hang out for a little bit.
And I haven't talked to them since I left the desert. I definitely told them about the soul splitting business, and I was like, yeah, this is happening. That much they know.
Alone, they're gonna be like, please sit and hang out. Yeah, so for sure.
Speak with Dead scroll. He's gonna pick up while he's there too.
Yes. Not a problem. I thought you already. Oh no. I'm sorry. That was a different one. Hold on.
How much gold is that?
Check. It's not going to be too much, but I want to just double check the. With your discount, it's 50 gold.
Oh, excellent.
50 gold.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
He gets the 50. I remove this. 30.
That wasn't the one I wanted. What was this one? There we go. Okay. So, you guys have made it back to your home after a successful trip to Waterdeep, having retrieved some magic items from there. In the water as well. Fucking never expected that, but you got some water magic items as well as magic items from Rainisa. But you guys are back in the safety of your home.
When did I burn a level 3? Oh,
If
sending.
you want to examine this thing as well, just hold up the. I've got this statue that needs to be.
The little little totem. It's a small little wood
Is it
carving.
Cthulhu?
It's a Kuatoa.
It's a Kuatoa, yeah.
Okay. I think they'll
you're-
let this once they cross the threshold. Like, can we do it now?
Oh, do you want to pull things into the bag? Why don't you take a look at this instead
Don't put it in the bag.
and identify it? Do not put it in the bag. No.
I can't. This thing won't let me do more than one every day.
Well, then this can wait unless someone.
Like I said, in the past it wasn't an issue, but I'm only one person, so. But anyway, Island.
I'm pretty sure Vhalen can do that though.
Oh, if
Right,
you have the magic
Yes, of
to
course.
identify this thing, then
It's a ritual. I can do it. All right. Yeah, I can do that. I think I do want to speak to Nerja before we do go anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
But
Sorry.
Holding the plant. Going upstairs.
you should probably deposit that. Meet me in my office if you don't mind.
Meet my office.
Am I? It sounds like I'm in trouble. What's happening?
It does.
You're not in trouble. I promise. You're fine.
Uh huh. All right.
But I have news that concerns you and only you.
Oh. Yeah, that makes me feel a lot better. All right. So she walks up the steps and deposits the plant in the prickly plant in the plant room.
No problem.
Plant.
Well, you also you weren't really able to notice because you were carrying it, but once you put it down, you notice that there are numerous blossoms that weren't there before. They haven't flowered yet, but they started. You imagine that in the next week or so, you're probably going to see some flowers. They range from a couple of colors. You're seeing mostly kind of warm, orangey, almost all the way through orange to this deep purple. But it's a nice kind of variety that you're seeing within this plane here.
Wow. She's very impressed. I don't know if anybody has gone with her to the plant room. I imagine Ryland did. But
Ryland's about to perhaps do some experimentation with you.
Okay, so probably
essentially, not. I'm gonna have you drop that off, and then I'll have the two of you have your conversation in a moment.
Definitely helping with the plants first.
Okay, good. So plants first, and then Hilda's experimentation.
Yeah, she's just following behind him with the bag, let's go.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And
afterwards, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So she's actually just gonna point out the buds and say, it seems like a very strong plant. I think this might be the first plant that I've ever really cared for like this. Usually we have, small pine trees that we prune in a certain way. It takes a lot of patience and effort, and I am very impatient, so they tend to not do very well in my care.
You should try talking to him.
I can't. I would like to. Huh?
You can absolutely talk to him.
No.
Just because they won't understand you or you won't understand them right away doesn't mean you're not talking to them. We don't always get to talk to him right out the as kids. It's a practice.
Okay. I think I know what that means. Maybe let me have a think on it. But yeah, let me know how he's doing and what kind of care he needs. I'll help you with his. He's a big tree. Very big tree.
Did you want to leave him in your room or do you want to leave him here?
What would make him happier? Does he want to be around other plants or by himself?
Riley will, if you don't mind, he'll pick up the plant. And would you like to be in this room? Or I have another room that we would like to show you real quick. And he'll wait for a response, and then he'll shoot me down the hall and show it the other room. Like, is this room more to your pleasing, or did you prefer the other room?
You once again are treated to the plant shrug.
It doesn't seem to mind either way.
You are noticing mostly because both places have quite a bit of sunlight coming into them, and that's also due to the nature of the way the estate is kind of set up. A lot of these windows get quite a bit of light, so either seems comfortable.
I guess organize the plants with the plants.
It's up to you. You let me know where you want me to put it, and I will put it there.
Yeah, let them be with other plants. I don't know if they talk to each other. I don't know.
Okay. I'll just walk back to the other room.
Okay, thank you. And then she goes to find Vhalen in his office.
So the two of you will pick up with just in a moment, but Hilda has been following behind Ryland, ready to do some experiments. So holding up the bag as Nirja leaves.
Okay. Plant that you just got from the store, and plant.
Beauty, by the way.
D20, please. Where the fuck? Okay, there it is. heard the sound. All right, D100, please.
One of these times, Bill's gonna reach in
D100.
there, and it's just gonna be a bear trap that closes on your hand.
Oh my god, that would
Bear trap.
suck.
Good lord. Hold on one second. You pull out a list. A piece of parchment kind of immediately touches your hand, and as you retract it, you see that it is numbered 1 through like 15 or so. And you are slowly kind of looking over it. It looks like it's a shopping list. You see eggs and bread and flour and milk, and just a mundane list of shopping items.
For a
Is
second, I
this your
thought it was gonna be a
handwriting?
list of everything in the bag. And I was like, I love how meta it is.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. That
be
would have been
creepy.
ridiculous.
Is this
the
your
manifest
handwriting?
Bag? Okay. I'm sorry.
Is this your handwriting?
Is it her handwriting?
Investigation.
Yeah, should we just get in there and scrutinize this thing? 21.
It's not yours, but it looks familiar. Maybe family members.
I'm sorry?
Maybe it doesn't look like it's yours, but it looks familiar. Maybe a family member of yours.
Oh.
Looks like you might have been making a cake. These are all ingredients for a cake.
Eggs and bread, classic cake.
There's milk and eggs.
Butter?
There was no. I don't think I said butter.
All right.
If I did, I don't. Maybe I did. I don't think I did. But
Well, yeah, I don't not mine, but familiar.
Hey, hold on. And he'll reach one more time. This time he's gonna kind of close his eyes, and he's gonna. I don't know if channel divinity will work.
how would you use your channel divinity for this?
I'm trying to think of like the plant vines, like reaching out to grab another plant.
Wow. Okay, that's an attack. Just so you know. So like something that is like meant to firmly hold something in place. It's not quite a grabbing and retrieving type of ability.
Don't attack my bag.
Just rips a hole at the bottom of it. Everything falls out.
Just falls out. There's 16 bodies in here. Please, if you're just reaching, then I do need another d20.
Yeah, he's just reaching, but he's trying to flavor-wise focus on this plant.
Okay.
He's picturing it in his mind's eye.
Yes, you are. D100, please.
That's my normal average.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the 30s in a
alright.
hot minute.
We've got a look on her face. Okay.
The first thing you kind of feel is bear trap, Jesus. The first thing you start to feel is something like a wooden handle. And as you're kind of trying to like retrieve it and pull it out, you feel kind of like a weight attached to the other end of it. And everyone is just you and Helda basically watch as you pull out what looks like, again, just a wooden handle that looks like it's part of a tool, and slowly starts pulling out what looks like a saw. That looks like it's kind of coated with old blood.
I think as he starts, he's just gonna. I don't know if he's gonna be quick enough to keep Helda from seeing the blood, but as soon as he recognizes the blood, he's like, "What the
Can you try to stop him from putting it back in?
Sure. I mean, you're such a keen eye. I don't think she would miss it. So if you notice the blood and you wanted to stop him, you can try to, but that's up to Ryland at that point. She seems to want you to stop.
Yeah.
Would Ryland
That's-
continue?
He's just pushing it back in. How are you stopping him?
Okay. Oh, it's a physical stopping, so he's not. If you wanted to stop him, Helda, this would be a contested roll. How would you be trying to do so?
No, like, just how are you doing it? Like, are you putting your hand on his? Are you saying something? Like, what are you doing?
I think she would. Her first reaction would be physical, to put her hand on his to stop him from putting it back in. Yeah.
He'll pause. I was hoping you didn't see that.
Unfortunately, I did.
So should I don't think there's anything that we can do with it here.
Just let me see it.
Okay. Pulls it out.
Okay. And this is just a long saw with blood on it.
Looks like a bone saw.
Bone saw is ready.
Now I fucking knew it, Netters.
Is it just Rylan in here in the room with her right now?
Yeah.
And all the plants.
Oh, of course. Okay.
Yeah. Joe was like, now just picture having pulled out the saw in the middle of the Waterdeep guards. Just like, what's this?
I think she'd just be looking at this silently for a couple of seconds, and then she turned to Rylan and go, "Do you think I'm a bad person?"
Do you think you're a bad person?
Okay, I don't think that's the right question. Like, am I supposed to be a bad person, or? 'Cause I'm getting a lot of evidence to that right now.
I'll tell you what. Don't resist.
Don't resist what?
And he casts Zone of Truth.
Okay.
Do you intentionally fail the saving throw?
I think she'd be confused for a second, but then if she understands what's happening, she would not resist it. No.
All right.
So, Helda of the Oasis, infinite Kamatha Kimane, not capable of lying to gods, looks down the hall for Caruso. Do you think you're a bad person?
All of the fish.
Do I think of what?
Do you think you're a bad person?
I don't think she would. I don't think she would believe that.
Well,
no.
You're familiar with the Zone of Truth?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you'd like to ask? Or me to ask you?
I don't know. Holy crap.
Do you remember using that saw?
No.
Do you remember killing that man?
No.
Does it make any difference now?
No.
So do you think this plant looks better over here or in this corner back here?
You're in the zone of truth.
I think it's a little too big, and it's covering up, picking up making a lot of shadows in this spot. I think it'll be better over there.
Gets over here. All right. Well, I was trying to add a little fun to this, so unless you legitimately want me to ask you more questions, I will drop this zone.
Mm-hmm.
Was that to drop it, or was it for more questions?
You can drop it. You're a bad friend. Thank you.
The zone was still up.
I'm assuming that means it's been powered down. Okay.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I'm just.
Okay.
And Rylan will just spend the next however many minutes, hours, whatever, distracting Haldo with plants and talking about which each one does, where it's from, what it likes, what their names are, how much water they need.
She would keep the saw nearby. I think she'd want to be like, okay, he could do something with the bones. You know, Vhalen earlier can do something with blood. So that would be her thoughts. Not voicing them, but those are her thoughts right now.
You walk into the room with Vhalen, you're like, can you do anything about this? He walks in with a saw that you've never seen her have before. The fuck?
The best part is, from the Flanny point of view, Rylan point of view, I was like, oh man, that boy does like his bones. Maybe this bone saw will help with this difference. That's what I thought you were saying at first.
Oh,
Don't give Vhalen ideas, though.
no. But with you in contemplation and Ryland on distraction duty, we'll leave the two in the green room. I just feel like, so vigorously storing all of the fish so that he can go drop them off at some point. But otherwise, is there anything you're doing in the meantime?
Other than the only other thing I was going to do is have that statue identified, but it sounds like that might happen after this conversation that Valen's going to have. So
I imagine. Okay. You just wait. But Vhalen and Nirja, you guys have a moment in the study.
Okay. Nirja.
Vhalen.
Well, first off, the person I met in Waterdeep was your mother.
Excuse me?
Yep. I had a meeting with your mother to discuss, well, potentially the fate of the souls of the people that you have in there, any ways to communicate about them, and obviously you, potential siblings. And I did this because I didn't see you making any movements towards that. And granted, that's not my business, but we are going to be dealing with the souls of your people potentially very soon, which, while I do respect your wishes in that regard, you can't be the only person that has a voice in that.
Well, clearly you made it your business, and that was not okay to talk to her without telling me or without me knowing. I don't know what it's like for you and your culture, but in mine, that's interfering with a very intimate relationship. So that's not okay. You can understand why I feel anger with you right now. And while I understand what you're saying about the other people in my head, yes, they do have a voice and they deserve a voice as well. I know that a lot of my choices will affect them. The consequences of harming them are too great to bear for me. So not consulting me on this is, I'm very angry.
With all due respect, they're already harmed. This is really more a final resting place situation.
With all due respect, I don't want to make that worse. They weren't harmed by me.
I'm not sure. I understand the violation privacy thing. I don't understand the souls and the Soul Seeker Dragon upset part.
Because here's also partly my issue, which is I don't remember what happened to my squad. I don't remember what I did, but I clearly did something that upset Rachia. And whenever I go with any of my compatriots, I make sure that I take somebody that I can trust, that I can rely upon. And for me to do that to somebody else is egregious to me. So I'm really confused about that and also mortified. And I don't know what moves I could potentially make to not necessarily fix it, but to the very least figure it out. And my concern is that I don't even know what I did. I don't even know what the whole situation with Mithril Majesty is. And I'm worried about making it worse. So if you view what I've done as an action and that an action is egregious, fine. I don't think it's fair for you to make these decisions on either of our behalfs. Did you even talk to them or ask them what they wanted? Talking about giving someone a voice?
I think you're misconstruing what I am talking about. I'm specifically talking about the people that are stuck in the Soul Seeker Dragon. This chapter is going to come to an end one way or the other.
You're not talking about the people in Mithril Majesty?
Not particularly, no. Those we can actually interact with. I can do things with them. That's up to you for the most part. I think your mother deserved to know that she had a brother that she lost, or a son that she lost.
How would she have known that? Isn't that giving her pain she didn't need?
She was very open to any and all information.
Of course she is. We all are at one point or another, but isn't that also true for just not telling me that you went to meet with her? Didn't I deserve to know that?
I didn't tell you because I think you would have wanted to go naturally, and that would have changed the dynamic of the conversation.
How? Why would you make that assumption?
Because I've seen you interact.
Okay, at a party where I felt very uncomfortable, I couldn't talk to her in the way I wanted to, and we were surrounded by enemies. Based on that interaction, you've made assumptions about our relationship?
To be blunt, assumptions that were correct based on your mother's reaction. And I'm not trying to get in between you and her. I was trying to get information in regards to how to handle your people should that become a thing, what her wishes were, and then also informing her that I don't know what's going to happen with this Soul Seeker dragon when we kill it. She might get all her memories back out of nowhere, and she has not been prepared in any way for the loss of children that she didn't know she had.
It's still the assumption made about our relationship and why I did those things. It would not, if you were to ask her those questions and talk about it in like Waterdeep, I would have allowed that to happen. I would have asked more questions. Did she happen to say anything?
She said a lot. She's very proud of you. When I asked her what she wanted me to convey to you, was that she loved you. And he's going to pull out the ribbon that she gave Vhalen and offer it to her.
Nirja, you recognize this as basically a ribbon of mourning. It is often worn after someone has passed for a certain amount of time. It is a recognition that she has known that you have been dead.
You know, this is a conversation I needed to be in, and this proves it.
That might be the case, and for that I apologize. But like I said, this is coming to a close. One way or the other, this arc of your unfortunate situation is going to end.
I would have liked to, again, make those decisions. And if you care so much about my voice, then you would have allowed me to voice my opinion and my want.
That's kind of my point, though, is...
What, I didn't do things on your timeline?
It's not my timeline. This has to end. This is going to end, period. You've had ample opportunity. I'm more than willing to take you anywhere in the world.
I've had ample opportunity.
Absolutely. You've had access to me.
I have not. Based on this, I haven't at all. So...
I regularly travel to Ryland's homeland for his family.
Oh, okay.
I have no problem, and you know this, I mean, I understand I've hurt you, and again, I apologize for that, but for being as open and honest as possible, you at any point in time could have asked me to contact your mother. It didn't even have to be face-to-face. You know I can message people. That's how I set this meeting up. I set this up in the latest of minutes, and she jumped at the opportunity.
Okay, and again, if I wanted to contact her, I would. I trusted that she's okay.
Okay.
Nirja, give me an insight on that one. Because you're upset, I'm going to give you disadvantage.
Awesome. No, it makes sense.
I love you, but I just don't think she's in a good mindset right now. Okay, cool.
Let's do it.
the one bit of information I would give to you essentially is your mother is very hands off. So her reaching out to you you just kind of know that wouldn't necessarily be normal, unless shit's on fire.
Yeah.
So more that's, I think, just what you would get. Unfortunately, that would be it with your.
Okay. Well, and so she's gonna say, there is an establishment of trust, which I would like to. I don't want to break between you and me. Considering what's happened, my mother trusts me, and yes, she set up the meeting with you. Sure, if she also needed to contact me, she would have. So I don't understand this, honestly. Maybe this is a cultural thing, and she's holding the ribbon and she's talking with it. But there are many things right now that I'm not really feeling great about, and I need a minute. I do. And it may not be on your timeline or whatever. This is very unfortunate.
Before you leave, she gave me a motto that your people shared. I don't know if you knew it or forgot it, but that was the other reason why I asked her to meet, was because there's a good chance you know less than she does. Just out of experience, if nothing else. And she mentioned that there's a 2-part greeting, I suppose, and one is to rise with the storm, and the response would be to strike with the tide.
I don't think you were supposed to say that. Okay.
I mean, you're her daughter.
No. Vhalen said that.
Oh.
Vhalen said that. So she says, "Oh, I understand that she said that. I have to excuse myself. And she just walks out of the room, and she goes into this. I think this is the room that she's been using, with the down over here, or something like that. And she's just gonna, pace and think through everything that's happened, maybe write a little bit in her journal and try and figure out how she can just get in contact with her mother and try to be as succinct as possible and just be very frustrated.
All right. As she steps out of the room, Kemen, who was kind of like by the doorway, is like, and then pokes his head in. That went well.
No, it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I figured
you good?
I'm okay. Maybe it's because I'm outside of this, and well, I've had time to prepare and she hasn't. So, yeah, no, that didn't go well.
Well, you have plenty of time to make it well.
Not really. We're going to be diving in her head in about 20 minutes.
I think that'll kind of even things out a little bit, right? Like, I got all the demons out of your head. We cool now, right? That should work out for something.
We'll find out.
It's going to be super weird that just the atmosphere in her just brain is like, weird, Vhalen, you have disadvantage on everything right now.
I know. Oh my god.
She had control over her mind space, which she never has.
Ever.
It's just there's a doppelganger. Very good, man.
Oh, so accurate though.
But yeah, Kevin kind of takes a seat. Otherwise, it's just, all right. Well, that's that, I guess. We're gonna be in her mind in 40 minutes or so. Should be pleasant.
Yeah, something like that. We'll find out.
Awesome.
Especially because seeing her leave, it's just knock knock. It's just like, oh, I got shit to get identified. I didn't know about any of that.
Canoso, what can I help you with?
I don't know what that would. I was going to ask if you could find out what this thing does. It is clearly magical in some nature.
Sure. Just give me 10 minutes. I can get that done. And he will ritual cast Identify. Hiya for the next 10 minutes.
Just chat with Kevin. Don't know what the hell is about this. Some vibes, huh?
It was, she was real mad about like the mom thing, and then you don't know about like retracts and then starts explaining everything to you, but it starts giving you the play-by-play from Kevin's perspective of what is happening.
Oh my god, can we hear what that sounds like?
No, because we're going to be ending this very soon. But after 10 minutes, Vhalen, excuse me, you identify this as a totem of Kua. You recognize that while it's in your possession, you have resistance to psychic damage. It also seems to cast the Find Familiar spell. However, the familiar is only one miniaturized Kuatoa.
I mean, half of that's useful. What the fuck am I gonna do with a Kuatoa?
Just a little one. He's like a foot tall. That is a fish creature. I would post it in Discord, but it's not working.
Discord's spooked.
Okay, so
Discord is
it's messed up.
You played Baldur's Gate, right? Did you ever find them?
She did not.
I did not.
I mean, there's a lot in that game that you
There is a lot.
Yeah.
try and
I'm just gonna link a quick thing in our Roll20 because Discord's not working, but you can click on that. The first picture you see, just imagine that guy, but like a foot tall.
Oh no, I did fight these things. I used
but you didn't find them. Never mind. Yes, you did fight them.
I did fight them.
But you could have found them in Act 1.
They run on belief. If I summon a mini one, I just convince it of things.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, no.
They're like Warhammer.
Oh my god.
Prefer the 3rd edition one, by the way, for your summon.
The second I knew that you were going into like the water, I was like, let's just make some fun shit that you can find. This was hilarious to me, and I was like, oh, thank goodness.
Really
I just gaslighted, but like, I mean, yeah, you guys have always had the ability to kill undead lich dragon things. Like, any sort of dragon that's made of bones, you can just look at it and say you're dead and it dies. That's so cool, and just build it up for a solid
Just
week.
gas them up. You're the best that ever did it, man. You're the best that was ever alive.
Oh my god.
Training montage of him hitting the bag. Caroso just talking about
Amazing.
the whole time.
He got so excited he got blurry.
Yeah.
It's hand time. It's hand time. Get them hands up, baby. All right.
All are the worst.
Let's all just make fun. Oh,
You
sorry.
good? Okay.
I imagine you're gonna go see Ryland at some point in his plant room. Could you give him this sword? It's a Dragon Slayer sword.
I was just saying, at this point, I think Ryland's got everything where it needs to go, and it's like, all right, let's go see what Vhalen's doing.
Oh my god. Yeah. Walks in.
This sword's for you.
Oh, Vhalen, this is for you. Saw.
I have this.
What
He pulls out the base and it gets bright in this room.
Yeah, that doesn't help. Take this. Trust me, take this.
But this will just kill it permanently.
Well, you can switch to it then. I don't care. That's a Dragon Slayer sword.
What does it do?
Kills dragons.
Like, one hit?
No, it does more damage to them. Specifically.
Does it do more than this does?
Probably.
I mean, mechanically, I would say that does maybe a D6, where this longsword is going to do D8.
It does 3d6 there.
Oh, does it really? Okay, well, shit.
Because it's undead.
What does the Dragon Slayer sword do?
We don't know, because you
Well,
haven't
I imagine you would identify it at some point as well.
I thought you would have just handed me like the curated Rolodex card. You know, that was part of
Absolutely
this.
not. Why would she help you?
Oh, God.
Why would she?
Because it's Rhaenyra.
She expects you to work for everything you do.
I'm going
Yeah.
to hiya it then until like
I don't think I can dual wield a longsword.
I mean, if you get the dual wielder feat, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do wield both. This sword, as after you finish your thing, it's a +1 magic item. So you get +1 to your attacks and your rolls. But any creature that has the dragon title as its creature type, it does an extra 4d8 damage per hit.
4d8.
Yeah, it does just a little bit more damage than that.
I'm sorry, did you say that it did less damage?
Take your d6s and
I
check
don't know.
out.
That's why I was asking.
Take the damn sword. I've got to lean on my house because of the sword. I want to talk to you. Just take it.
Well, this is awkward. I was going to offer you a barnacle sword, but both of your weapons do more to the specific enemy. But it sounds like to non-undead creatures, the barnacle sword might do more damage than your mace.
Yeah.
Does this require attunement?
The dragon
comes in the
sword.
room is like, we got some for Ryland.
There's no way that doesn't require.
Yeah, that absolutely
Nobody else can
requires
use the sword. I mean, I guess Kit can. You just gotta attune to it with your monk ability to attune to a weapon.
Yeah, as long as it's,
I mean,
yeah, monks
I think
can
we're
use
all
swords.
tapped.
Monks
You
can
just don't have to.
absolutely use weapons. You don't want to, but they can.
What about Kevin?
I mean, I based on the fact that he's the MVP of damage every goddamn fight, I assume that his sword's bananas.
It's that ridiculous sword you guys got off that lady.
Yeah.
And we're like, no one uses a great sword. Here you go, Kevin.
Look at everybody handing out swords right now. Rylan's just like, well, I don't know how to do wield. Do you know how to do wield?
So many swords.
Listen, I'm not proficient with it.
I can do one and the shield. That's the max. I
Even
mean,
if
I
the
guess
sword was one of
practice.
those that's like, yeah, but just for this sword, you're proficient though. I still would only get one attack per round. It would not be worth it to be. And Nerja could use it, but Nerja's a little bit tied to one weapon.
She doesn't have
And
to
she's
use
capped.
it. She could have it on her back.
No,
but
that. Sorry.
we can make this work. All right.
I mean, we can just store it.
I don't know
for
about
now.
the
Nobody has to
barnacle
use
one.
the barnacle sword.
But yeah, I don't know about the bar. Maybe if Alfar joins us, maybe he can use that.
Prevents health regen, which is nice.
That is nice.
I don't know that it did though, or if it did,
I don't think that matters for the dragon fight. Clearly, you should use the Dragon Slayer sword for this dragon fight.
You sure?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Got a good hunch.
But it might be good against Mirtiswa. He seemed very much alive.
Oh, yes. Okay,
Is he a
so
dragon though?
Mirtisai, we have finally caught up to you. I found the bane of your existence, this barnacle sword.
have you
thought you were
ever
invisible.
cut yourself on a barnacle? It hurts.
I know.
But
Just the odds. Just you thought you were invincible, but you didn't know we have a fishman who went swimming that one time. Now you're doomed.
now
We found your
you rolled a
doom
47 on this.
In the dredge of Waterdeep.
It was a bonkers perception, though.
Yeah, actually in the dredge of
Oh,
Waterdeep.
God. That's
Mhm.
hilarious.
In this case, Ryland would take the sword and start working on his attuning to it, and he's gonna drop, like, he's gonna keep the belt on him, but he's gonna drop his attunement to the belt.
Okay, so it'll still be attached to you, but okay. So are you attuned to the mace and the sword? Is that what I'm?
Yep.
Okay, mace, sword, and your last attunement is your
Armor.
armor. That's
Just
what
to
it
be
is, yeah.
clear, Ryland, we're going to fight a non-dragon in Nurse's head. So are you okay with... Is this the appropriate time to be swapping items?
That's true.
Also, we don't have time for that because it takes an hour and it's less than an hour to get there, so...
I feel like I was waiting for you to tell him that anyway.
He was ready to be corrected.
But Ryland will at the very least make us. I don't know if he has to do anything with his gear. If he can have his mace on one side, shield on his back, and this new longsword on the other side. I don't know if that's a thing. If he needs to like throw it in his bag of holding. But
Oh, I mean, like you can strap it to like your belt or something. That's fine. Yeah. That's,
Okay.
that's all right.
We'll do
you're
that.
not like so loaded down. You're good to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll also give it a couple practice swings because there's a longsword, and he's more familiar with blunted weapons.
Yeah,
Ryland.
it's a different feel.
Once you're done shuffling, I need you to help me get this body out of the bag.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry.
Oh,
He's right there with you.
Here. She would hand you the bloody saw for your friend Jack.
Where did you get a bloody
Check.
bone saw?
She just
Really?
went to
You
the
have
bag.
to ask that question?
Where does the hell they
You have
get any?
perfect track of time right now, and you don't remember what it is that she has in her possession?
You got it from... No, that just has implications I didn't want to think about. What? What?
I mean, I would definitely reevaluate your desire to pull things from the spec.
That's kind of what I said.
You
Just
just
a little
gotta-
worried at first.
Covered,
But,
it doesn't matter. He can't pull out the thing he wants either, even though he knows what's in there.
He's gonna do one of those like, this is icky, like. Ew.
really? The necromancer? Really?
I don't
You
have
ex-necromancer.
tools walking around, man. I clean my shit.
Don't lie.
Anyway.
There's still a
Jack
necromancer.
can do something with that, right?
Yeah, I could saw bones.
No, Jack. Your friend Jack.
Jub?
Oh, yeah, that guy.
No, he's an artist. He would never use such a purpose-built tool. Here, he hands you the scroll. Can you read that?
Ooh, I don't think monks can read from magic scrolls. Even though you are very smart, you know what it is. You just have not. You don't believe you could use this correctly.
Okay.
How should she express that is my question.
I mean, no works.
That is for you to know. That's to find out.
No? I think at this point she'd be holding it upside down. I think I can read this bit right here.
Because like parts of the body start hitting the table as we get it rolled out. All right. Well, I need you to think of 5 questions, and I will repeat them
Your
verbatim.
crown could do yes or no questions, right?
This one, I spent some extra money for you so you can ask more in-depth questions.
Okay.
That's a now thing. We don't have a time limit.
Correct.
To go...
I mean, you can wait until we come back if you want, but
I just thought we were in a hurry. So
we are in a hurry. But it only lasts 10 minutes. It's like a 10-minute walk to, So it's up to you. If not, we can leave it and come back to it.
Okay, so just meta-wise, Kit does not know what to ask exactly.
I was actually going to say this is probably a good time for us to end the night anyway. So if you want, you could take this next week to figure out what you're going to say.
Nah, Foos,
then-
you need to make it in Nurse's head. If we don't do it this session, it's going to be another 3 sessions before we do it. Let's go.
No, we gotta pause. Also, because I gotta pee real bad. But also, this is a good time. This is a good
Teddy
time.
bladder.
We expedition to Waterdeep done. More magic items than expected and plants coming back to this place.
Yep.
Please hit me with your votes. And we're gonna go raid. And I see an actual play that is in person that we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go say hi. So thank you also for those people who raided us. What did we have, like 2 or 3 raids, right?
Yeah.
We're very lucky. So Magical Misfits, as per usual, thank you so much. Oh, Flandy, you're shouting them out. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Wanderer's Haven, thank you very much for the raids. We got 2 also follows. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. And we're creeping up on 500. And that's insane. So thank you for hanging out with us.
Awesome.
And we're going to call it a night. And we're going to go raid as per usual because we love to spread the love. So we're going to go raid Quests in Chaos, which is, I think, a great name in general. So let's go say hi to them. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time.
Everybody.
Hell yeah.
Bye. I almost hit the break screen. That's not it.